We're live? Uh, mm.
What happened? Is it updating? Ooh. Thankfully, the first 10 is a lot of intro. We will begin our program in 10 minutes. Again, this is a reminder. We will begin our official program in 10 minutes. Good afternoon. We are 5 minutes out from the official start of our program. Again, 5 minutes.
As the capital of peace, Geneva carries the torch to empower youth from around the globe. Technical innovation, international diplomacy, and global purpose unite student athletes, changemakers, and future leaders from more than 180 countries to compete, collaborate, and cooperate in the most exciting robotics competition in the world. With a firm commitment to take action and preserve our Earth's climate, the First Global Challenge is convening the next generation to transform the world through science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and innovate solutions that nurture a healthier planet for us all. One planet, one alliance. Let's care for Earth together. Join us from October 13th to 16th, 2022 at the PAL Expo Center in Geneva, Switzerland.
Bonjour. We are pleased to welcome you and the rest of the world to the Palexpo International Exhibition and Convention Center in beautiful Geneva, Switzerland. My name is Tim Dodds, and on behalf of First Global, welcome to the 2022 First Global Challenge. We're happy to have viewers joining us today from all over the world, both in person and via the live stream. It's amazing to see the energy and enthusiasm of these students all coming together in the capital of peace, known for its international diplomacy and innovation. Joining me in the booth is our lovely Manisha, who's our technical expert when it comes to these game matches.
Thank you, Tim. I'm so excited to be here. We've seen some great robots of teams have been preparing for today, so it'll be interesting to see all of them on the fields behind us during gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely. We had an electric opening ceremony last night to kick off the actual event itself, the 6th edition of this annual global event, the 4th one in actual person. It was inspiring to see hundreds of students from all different parts of the world gathered together through their shared passion for STEM and making the world a better place. This event serves to not only showcase some of the world's brightest and budding minds, but to also inspire youth around the globe to engage in conversation, collaboration, and competition. And that all, frankly, was just the beginning. Over the course of the next 3 days, teams from all over the globe are convening to see how the respective nations and showcasing of their robots that they built and brought with them, but also to celebrate the spirit of camaraderie and collective unity that brings us all together as one global community. And as teams line up to begin the first matches, we're going to take a look at the rules of the game that our teams will soon play, and the theme of this year's challenge and more. In the meantime, all of the teams here, to all of you and to those of you who are joining us from home, we look forward to witnessing the transformational experience that we will have with all of these students.
Introducing the official game of the 2022 First Global Challenge, Carbon Capture. In a world where the heat-trapping greenhouse gas, carbon dioxide, is rapidly accumulating in the atmosphere, 6 national teams work together as a single global alliance to capture and store carbon, before dividing into regional alliances to achieve effective long-term storage methods and slow the effects of climate change. Robots start the match lined up against the guardrail next to their corresponding alliance station. The match begins when the two combustion bins release approximately 240 black carbon elements onto the playing field surface, representing the carbon dioxide emissions generated by combustion, the process of burning a fuel. For the first 2 minutes of the match, the Global Alliance works together to store as many carbon as possible in the central sink, demonstrating the collective effort required to protect our shared atmosphere. Robots can store the carbon directly in the sink, or can maneuver carbon into one of the compressors located in the corners of the playing field in order to compress it for transport to the sink. Once in the compressor, human players can remove the carbon and either place it into a robot, which then stores it, or can directly store it themselves. Points are scored at a rate of 1 per centimeter as carbon fills the sink. All 6 teams earn the total point value of the stored carbon. While we all need to work together to combat climate change, we must also employ local solutions. During the final 30 seconds of the match, teams divide into 2 regional alliances to focus on efforts in their community. Robots secure a red or blue indicator from the human players and then proceed to the sink. Each regional alliance receives a multiplier of the stored carbon points by positioning its robots on the sink to employ varying methods for long-term storage of captured carbon. Each robot, fully supported by the platform, Storage Level 1, earns a multiplier increment of 0.25. The low bar, Storage Level 2, a multiplier increment of 0.5. Either of the 2 middle bars, Storage Level 3, a multiplier increment of 0.75. And the high bar, Storage Level 4, a multiplier increment of 1. Resulting points will be rounded up to the nearest whole number. All 6 teams can continue to store carbon in the sink until the end of the match, and if they do so beyond designated levels, the Global Alliance earns cooperation bonuses. The Regional Alliance with the highest score, which is equal to the stored carbon points times the Regional Alliance multiplier, wins the match. For additional game details, please visit the challenge page on our website, first.global/FGC.
The theme of this year's First Global Challenge is carbon capture, an important topic considering the global challenge of climate change. Although this is a themed game, it simulates aspects of real carbon capture and storage processes, with several educational components that deepen the connection between science and the science of carbon capture and the action of the robots. We just took a look at the game explanation video that showcased everything you're going to see over the next week with the course of this competition.
And we're going to be going down to the competition floor soon itself, where 6 teams are going to be representing their actual countries. One of those countries happens to be Suriname. Team Suriname has not only returned to the FG stage for the 6th time, but with each return, they bring new students and a greater impact. Since 2017, they've brought over 350 youth in Suriname into the STEM arena, and much like their action on this field, they don't have any plans of slowing down.
I like robotics because it gives me the ability to help other people and myself using modern technology. I also like it because it has given me a lot of problem-solving skills and it makes me communicate with my team.
Hello, I'm Eleanor Lacan. Robotics is fun but also very educational and forces you to think outside of the box. I think in the future, students will use their robotic skills to find innovative ways to better their countries.
Hello, I am Judy Caripagiro. I'm a member of Team Suriname. STEM is important to me because without it, we wouldn't have all the technology we have today. Not only is our tech used for our entertainment purposes, but it's also used to improve the quality of life on this planet. From healthcare improvements to feeding billions of people on the planet, STEM has been at the center of all of that innovation.
Hi, my name is Aryan Sudin. I'm 16 years old and I'm a high school student. STEM engineering is important as it focuses on the tasks that we need in the real world, instead of these placebo tasks that we just keep doing and doing, but they don't really end up anywhere.
My name is Ayan Jaguru and this year I am the lead mentor for Team Suriname. With the amazing support of an entire mentoring team, we are looking forward to being ready for FGC 2022. Go Team Suriname!
So Team Suriname, just one of the many different countries from around the globe, 180 in total joining us at this event. Again, 4 total days, 3 of competition. We're just about to start that first day up. As we speak, we're looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm very excited to hear all of the different teams that have come this week. They've all brought stories with them too, whether it's local impact, whether it's international impact, innovative solutions with advocacy as well as engineering. It's amazing what everyone is bringing to the table this week.
And in terms of bringing things to the table, every single time we run this type of event, there's a different theme. We already learned about this year's theme, carbon capture, as well as the rules of the game. We're going to talk about it more over the coming days. We'll also have little vignettes about each team and their individual story and coming to this collective stage. Dean came in yesterday, had mentioned, among many other things, the fact that this event in particular is all about the convening of the world. It is exemplified on this stage, again, with the 180 nations in total that we have here. We're going to talk about carbon capture, we're going to talk about CO2 pollution and its impact in general on climate change, and how we need to drive innovation forward by planting the seeds of our youth with STEM education.
I think one of the beautiful things about this challenge annually, it just transcends any borders in our world. You know, when you take that outer space view of the Earth, you don't see the country borders. You see continents, you see lush green, you see desert, you see the ocean. And here we're kind of a perfect example of how everyone has their home country, but when you're here, you're global.
And one of the facets of this competition as well in trying to create equity is the fact that all of these countries, all of these teams from the various corners of the globe get the same exact kit, same exact materials. It's a cookie cutter version, and their job as a team is not just to sync up well with one another, but to then design their own robots. So we're going to see them out here competing again, and all of those robots, the mechanisms, how they're used, how they're incorporated and implemented, it's going to be as unique as the teams themselves that are here.
Absolutely. It speaks volumes to the quantity is the same, the material is the same. There are some new developments this year, actually. So teams will experience some updated hardware thanks to Rev Robotics. What the hardware that they'll see from the kits from previous years is a little similar, but it's more robust. The drivetrain is going to be a lot stronger, can handle the wear and tear of competition a little bit more. And then when it comes to the actual driver control aspect of the drivers on the field controlling the robots live, the connectivity and the optimal performance of the robots have been enhanced this year. So teams can look forward to less issues with things falling apart.
Mm-hmm. And even so, the process of learning by trial and error, it really speaks volumes to the fact that you need to lean into failure. It's going to happen multiple times on this stage, but frankly, it's a byproduct of the process and something that's instrumental in achieving ultimate success. So even throughout the next 3 days as these teams compete, there's going to be times where they're going to make tweaks to their robots in order to try to optimize their efficiency.
Oh, absolutely. You're going to see that gameplay from match 1 today to right at the end of the competition, it's going to evolve, and it has to evolve. When they were practicing this morning, we were taking a look at some teams trying out different mechanisms, whether it was the scoring of the carbon or the end game activity with being supported by the different platform and levels. Stuff's going to change, and every single match you're with brand new teams. It's all randomized. You don't have a game plan necessarily until a few matches before. So it'll be really awesome to see how our teams adapt. And I don't know about you, I think a lot of Google Translate might come in handy this week.
Well, and it also, again, is going to come down to the fact that some teams may have had more opportunities, more access to one another in terms of meeting and collaborating before this process. Not every student on these teams comes from the same academic institution. In fact, some of them travel hundreds of miles just for the opportunity to meet with one another, let alone before they get to travel to Geneva here and joining us. So again, this is the culmination of quite a bit of work, planning, effort on behalf of not just the teams, but the people who have supported them, the mentors included. That's another part of this process that is so instrumental, having that support and mentorship coming from the top down. I was going to say you could probably speak to that very well.
Oh yeah, it's just amazing to watch everybody. I was walking around the pits yesterday and just the sheer excitement about being here, about everything they've accomplished. The event may only be a week, but it's a culmination of months of hard work, skill building, both technical and non-technical, your communication skills, writing in CAD, all this stuff. This is the beginning. It's a launching pad for a life of development, service, and using your talent to solve the world's issues.
And you can tell because of the crowd cheering, we're about ready to go here. We're going to start our match up in a few seconds. In 3, 2, 1, let's go! So as you see the beginning of the match, all of those balls get released onto the field, 240 of them in total. Those are referred to as our individual carbon particles. They're trying to put them into the receptacle in the middle of the field that we call our carbon sink. Now, as we talk about climate change, carbon sequestration, storage of carbon, that's a very fundamental concept that can either be done naturally or chemically, but either way, all 6 of those teams that you see working are going to benefit from all of those carbon particles making their way into the center.
Oh, absolutely. And a couple things we want to point out. So you saw the carbon, be scattered across the field. It's going to be in a different position every single match. It's no 2 match setups are going to be quite the same. And the teams have to work together, all 6 of them. It's in the beginning of this match, you're not Blue Alliance versus Red Alliance until the very end. The teams are working together, all 6 of them, in order to achieve this common goal. You can see some human players interacting with the carbon. It's one of my favorite parts of the game this year. It's just so fun. The extra level of interaction, the crowd's going wild for it too.
And you're talking about those 6 teams. They happen to be Suriname, Cabo Verde, and Iran in the Red Alliance. They are competing alongside one another and against, eventually, when we get down to 30 seconds, the Blue Alliance of Fiji, Nepal, and Malaysia.
So a point that I'd like to take a moment to highlight is the fact that there are 2 pieces of carbon right under the funnel that are blue and red. In this game, as we approach the 30-second mark, any team that would like to ascend to one of the bars or be on the platform for that end game multiplier, they need to have the correct corresponding color carbon in their robot in order to ascend and receive that multiplier. It's going to make or break because the whole match, they're working together, all 6 robots. But the end is where we can define whether it's Blue Alliance or Red Alliance taking it home. And with that foghorn, 30 seconds has begun. You're going to see a lot of robots moving towards the center of the field.
And that indicates what is called end game. We're in that last 30 seconds as we speak. You see all of these robots descending on the center of the pitch, understandably so, trying to maximize points for both of their alliances. We'll see if they can raise the bar, literally and metaphorically, in the next 5 as we close out this first match. Looks like we have an even game. You're seeing hands on heads. We will see what happens as the scores come in and get tabulated. Wow, what a match. Hands are up and off those controllers. This is the moment that students are waiting for. We're seeing those scores potentially come in the next few seconds. Hearing cheers from the crowd, obviously, of support and adoration for those first 6 teams battling on that field.
I can only imagine what it is. Oh, take a look at that. That is a prime example of what we were talking about with being supported by the different levels.
And you're seeing that field getting clearly swept very quickly. The turnover is incredibly quick from game to game. We have a lot of working pieces and components that make this all work out. And as we check those scores back, it looks like the Red Alliance came out with the win, 112-70. Congrats to Suriname, Cabo Verde, and Team Iran.
And you can see from the breakdown, it actually did come down to that storage level in that end game because the carbon points are equal between both alliances, but getting your multiplier for level 1, level 2, it's what makes or breaks the matches here.
Every time the end of one of these games comes up, you'll see that score breakdown and how each component and facet of this game adds to that overall total. But the theme of this year's competition, in the meantime, is carbon capture. It's a global problem with far-reaching implications for us all. And though, frankly, some nations are affected more than others, okay, it is something that we all contribute to, and it's also part of the collective solution that we also share. Let's take a look.
Our world is very different from 300 years ago. Innovation has catapulted us into new frontiers. But it has also come at a price. Heat-trapping carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere are 51% higher than before industrialization. And each year, collective human activity adds approximately 50 billion tons. Reducing and recycling our current emissions is an important part of the equation, but that alone is not enough. The more difficult challenge is reversing the damage that has already been done. That is where STEM innovation is providing promising solutions. Carbon capture is the process of capturing existing carbon dioxide and preventing it from entering the atmosphere. This already occurs naturally, but the high levels of CO2 currently in the atmosphere are more than natural processes can handle within the time frame we have. When it comes to carbon removal strategies, there are two types. One is augmenting natural processes in land, oceans, and rocks. And second is creating industrial solutions using chemicals and technology. More investments in carbon capture and sequestration solutions are necessary to have the kind of impact we need. Now is the time to reimagine the future of our climate and innovate solutions that nurture a healthier planet for us all. This is our home. Let's take care of it together. The next step begins with you. Welcome to the 2022 First Global Challenge, Carbon Capture.
When we're talking about carbon capture, we're specifically noting carbon dioxide, that gas that's released into our atmosphere in the form of various emissions. It's heat trapping, and we are in fact at 51% higher levels of that atmospheric gas than we were at pre-industrial periods of time. So again, it's a problem that's exponentially on the rise, and the time for us to create a solution is rapidly fading. It's something that this work is all geared towards.
I really think that this is a prime stage for us to showcase that some countries are already taking a stand against this. There are some countries that are here represented that are already carbon neutral or on their way to carbon neutral. It really shows that as a globe, we have to work together. If we're individually doing our parts, for example, on the playing field, we have to come together as alliances and ultimately one whole playing field, one whole world. We're really in this together.
That collective problem solving is instrumental in the success of each one of these teams as they head out there and represent their home nations. So again, not just focusing on the problem itself, the game is really focused in every single facet on, again, that carbon sink in the middle. That's something that thematically we'll talk about over time as well, and how to capture some of that carbon. St. Kitts and Nevis is doing a great job with that, and for our next match, this is one of the teams that's going to be playing, St. Kitts and Nevis. It's an island nation. They are very much familiar with the effects of climate change, and they're two islands, but one federation. That's the sense, frankly, of unity and in togetherness that this next team lives by, and something we can all, frankly, learn from. We now take a deeper look at the smallest country in the Americas by both size and population, St. Kitts and Nevis.
Hi, and welcome to the St. Kitts Nevis Robotics Team.
So the St. Kitts and Nevis team is a part of the first Global Robotics Olympics again, and we here in St. Kitts is actually excited about that. We do expect the team to perform extremely well, and we're grateful for First Global to make us a part of this year's competition. So Geneva, here we come.
I joined the team because I had a passion for mechanical engineering, and First Global has given me the opportunity to express my skills.
My name is Malaika Howell. I'm 17 years of age, and I'm so excited to be a part of this historic moment.
Hi, my name is Akira, and I'm very excited to be a part of this challenge.
We aim to make the world a better place by eradicating global warming and making carbon dioxide no more. Go!
We're going to be taking you down to the next match in a few seconds. It's only going to be match number 4. We got hundreds on deck for you over the next couple of days. Very excited again. Each one of these games is only 2.5 minutes long. And in about 10 seconds, we're going to get down there. Again, you see those carbon particles released onto the pitch. That's where everyone is going to descend in just a few seconds to get those particles into the basin. Eventually, we'll start endgame, but we're going to start in 3, 2, 1, go!
Robots are flying into action on our center playing field here. We've got
Guam, St. Kitts and Nevis with the Cayman Islands, I believe, in that red alliance.
Yes, and then on the blue alliance, we have Turkmenistan, Nicaragua, and South Africa.
Even scores when you see things start. Again, the scoring system itself is probably going to be catching up considering how many facets there are to this game. I love the different camera angles. You're seeing them from all different spaces on this field, just showing you all the energy in action. These robots are constantly on the move, much like those teams on the side, waving, trying to wheel their robots into the places they need to go.
We're seeing a good mix on the playing field of robots contributing carbon into the carbon sink via the funnel, as well as human players getting in on the action as well. Something that's really great about this game, when you have your alliance partners, you have to work together to make sure that you're complementing each other's robot strategies. If you have a high shooting robot versus a robot that pushes carbon into the compressors, those four-cornered red and blue pieces you're seeing there on the screen, that's the way that our human players can interact with the robots, and wonderful shots coming in from the Red Alliance.
And right now, you're seeing the white lights right now at the very bottom of that base in the middle, again, that carbon sink. As it continues to fill up, these 6 teams are actually going to work for what's called the cooperation bonus. If you ever see it light up purple, they've actually both benefited from that 100-point bonus for both alliances, red and blue. Again, that's in the first $1:30 about that they're playing. Once we get down to the 30 seconds, though, that's when they separate into those regional groups.
Correct. And we actually already have some robots in the air, I believe, on the middle bar, fully supported. Now, what does that mean? If your robot hangs down to the lower platform or the lower bar, especially in this next 30 seconds, you're going to see all the robots rush to the center. If there is anything that hangs below their robot, Tim, it unfortunately counts towards that lower increment. And with each level they ascend, there is a multiplier at stake. Well, that's going to give them that edge at the end of the match.
I was going to say, we don't know if we have enough time for that high bar raise. It does take a considerable amount of time to get that extending arm up there, but we'll see in the last 3 seconds, can they do it? We've got that low bar that's right in the way. Oh! Right now, it looks like a neck and neck game. We'll see in the coming seconds ultimately what's happened between these two alliances.
We've got some incredible experts on the field making their judgments. Those are our referees in yellow. You can see Simon taking a look at every robot, ensuring that they meet the specifications to qualify their end game multiplier.
You're seeing the energy for all of those teammates on the side. You see all of that focus, all of that attention to detail, immensely important over that 2.5 minutes. You can't have any of that focus wane, I'm sure.
Absolutely, and the pure emotion after all of this time working on these robots, traveling from all parts of the globe to perform on this stage. It's just high emotion, and with that, the Blue Alliance takes it home. The carbon points 46 and 46, but that storage level 3 really came through for them.
And again, that storage level 1 indicates that all of those teams made it onto that base platform, that white platform that you see in the very middle of the field. The score multipliers only increase as the stakes get higher, literally and metaphorically. We had one of those teams try to get to that top bar. Unfortunately, they just couldn't make it at the last second, but I am sure there's no doubt we're going to see all of these teams achieving those high marks in due time.
Absolutely. As we see everyone's adapting, everyone's getting more practice, there's a comfort level that comes with getting all of your qualification matches. Qualification match 1 can look very different than qualification match, Saturday. And then especially going into the end of the competition, as stakes get higher.
And I was going to say,
it's going to get electric in here.
It's not even just about the teams with new alliances, right? It's a team within their own country trying to figure out what needs to be tweaked. And so every game is going to look different just from the nature of how it's organized, but in addition, how each team develops. We're going to end up taking you down to match 7 in a couple of seconds. Again, I know that we're skipping all over the floor in order to give you all of the action. We're going to try to get eyes on every single team over the coming 3 days. And in a few moments, again, that field will be completely reset, so then we'll be ready for the next 2.5. Again, 6 new teams that we're going to be thrown into the mix.
Absolutely.
And again, interviewees, we're going to be having them up here progressively over the course of the day. There's a lot of action. You can already hear me talking like an auctioneer up here. I'm going to be gassed by the end of this experience, I'm sure. For those of you that are watching and waiting at home anxiously and eagerly, okay, I believe the fact that you're all here with us is a testament to, again, this growing FGC competition and what this spirit is all about here.
I believe we actually have the most teams in attendance this year, with 180 teams participating both on the fields behind us, but also a few at home due to some external factors. I just love that every year it grows and grows and builds in the competition. You can see the Carbon ascending into the field. We're gearing up for match number 7 right now. And in 3, 2, 1, go! 2 minutes and 30 seconds our teams on the field have in order to fill that carbon sink as much as possible. On our Red Alliance, we have Luxembourg, Turkey, and Kuwait versus our Blue Alliance of Grenada, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Austria. All over the world for this match.
All different languages, all different cultures, but sharing the one commonality of this actual competition. The rules of the game apply to all, just like the actual solutions apply to us all as well. All the games that we've seen even thus far have been slightly different. The point valuations, the strategy we had, I think, in the previous game, one team tried to get that lift earlier on in the match with their indicator. Right now, you're not seeing the same from these 6 teams.
You're actually seeing a variety of robots on the field, which is pretty great. You have collecting robots, you have shooting robots, you have hanging robots, you have all different types of strategies at play here. And they all need to complement each other. It's something that our teams take care to coordinate with ahead of the match. Find the countries that you're going to be working with, say, hey, what's your robot do? How's everything going? And one thing that I do love, and I have seen in previous years, I'm sure we'll see it here as well, is that there's also the sense of collaboration of like, is there anything we can do to help you guys? Anything we can do to maximize the result of this match, especially in a game like this where for the first 2 minutes of the match, it's all 6 robots together. Those last 30 seconds is where the distinction comes between Red and Blue Alliance, but I honestly love the fact that it's all robots on the field working together for a common goal of filling up that carbon sink in the center.
That human element of throwing those individual carbon particles has got to be a lot of fun, but a lot of stress as well is being placed on those particular players in the game. Now, each person on this team has a different role of responsibility, if I'm not mistaken, as well.
Yes, absolutely. You have your drivers, you have your strategists, you have your communicators, you have your human players. I imagine that some countries might have had human player practice. Maybe some basketball sessions, trying to make sure that your aim and trajectory is good for throwing that carbon all the way into the funnel. And as you mentioned earlier, you can actually see the lights on the side of the sink show you what tier we're at. There are multipliers associated with how much of the carbon sink you can actually fill as time expires on the center field. We have to see how this one goes. This was pretty tense.
Big sigh of hopefully relief from that teammate. We'll see in a few seconds. Those scores, again, are largely going to be tied heading into that final whistle because the indicators towards the end are where these alliances are going to separate themselves. As we get the instant replay here, again, the beginning of the game is when those 240 balls get released. We're throwing them into the mixer throughout the entire game. That last 30 seconds is when those robots go back to their alliance sides in particular to get those indicators to then begin endgame.
The Blue Alliance took this one. They had 2 points for storage level 1, 1 point for storage level 2. The same thing on the Red Alliance, but that multiplier, it really all comes down to the multiplier at the end of the day.
And we're going to be starting things up here in the booth with our first interview. Leland Mooley is a young tech enthusiast who believes that STEM education can change the world. This is what's become his driving force in bringing tech-based solutions to his community. Enoch Onwemi is a self-classified STEM ambassador and robotics enthusiast as well, who knows that we can create a better tomorrow that's greener and safer through science and technology. It's great to have you both with us in the booth here today. Thanks for joining us.
It's nice to be here.
Likewise, what have you enjoyed so far about this competition this year in particular?
What I love about this competition is the fact that it promotes networking and the diverse nature of every country and community. So we find that we get to interact with different teams from other countries, something that we don't get in any other competition. Yeah.
And in terms of your team as being one team like many others that's taking your experience and using it in your home communities, what does that look like when you leave this kind of event?
I'll take that question. It's life-changing, to be honest, because you get to interact with countries from Asia, the Americas, even Africa. And, you get to exchange ideas, diversity, and also souvenirs, chocolates too. And that's why we're all here. And it's really, really amazing.
What are you both looking forward to this week? Anything? I mean, of course, the robot competition, but is there something you're looking to really experience while you're here?
Okay, for this week, we want to rank higher so that you can have a lot of chances winning. We also want to share more ideas and make friends also. Yeah.
For you?
For me, what I expect to achieve this week is to make new friends and create a global network. Yeah.
That's the beauty of First Global. I mean, everybody coming together, especially after 2 years of remote collaboration, you're seeing people that you've met online for the first time.
Yeah.
And I think having that interaction, as both of you mentioned, I'm looking forward to it. I'm sure both of you are. The competition is one thing, but just opportunity for friends for life. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
And speaking of those friendships, gentlemen, we're very grateful to have you join us. Thank you so much. And in terms of your team, how would you describe them in a couple of words?
Our team is made up of young people, my age, recently from high school. And what I can say is each one of us are passionate and are looking forward to actually win. Yeah, so these are young people, enthusiastic and energetic about this whole competition. Yeah.
It's the same thing also.
Enthusiastic and energetic, I'm sure, is something we're going to see from all of you as you start to compete here. Gentlemen, good luck. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to get you back down to the field in a few seconds here, I believe, and we're going to get rolling in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. As this game gets started up right now, it looks like we have Team Mexico, Honduras, and Ukraine in that red alliance. And right now I'm trying to get a look at the blue alliance in particular and who's competing for them. Give me a few seconds here. Yeah, Bhutan.
Angola and Algeria representing the blue alliance for this match. Again, another worldwide. I love that every single match, it's not necessarily countries that share borders, it's all over the place, and it's just a great way, as we talked about with Team Kenya, it's a great way for them to make those friendships. I can't imagine what it's like to be on that floor right now, just working with different teams, meeting new people. In a couple of years, they'll say, hey, remember that match that we did together?
I was going to say, I'm seeing balls just fly around the place. I don't know, it's going to shake my memory. I don't know if I'd be able to walk away from the experience. It's just rattling me right now. They're flying all over and starting to fill that basin right in the middle again, that carbon sink. We'll see if we end up seeing any purple and that collective bonus for both teams. Right now, it looks like we got one of our teams in the corner spinning its wheels, but flipping its hips and then getting involved in the action.
This is definitely a high-flying carbon match, which is incredible. I'm loving all of the action that we're going to see. And as we reach the last minute of this match, teams might be starting to ascend our center of the field here.
And it appears only one of those players, again, on that team is able to actually physically reach into that actual carbon compressor in order to throw those balls into the middle of the field. So the game complexion, as Manisha is saying, is going to change in a little bit. We'll see if we can get the cooperation bonus here. They've got about 5 seconds to cash in on it. We will see.
This match is a really great example of how the technology and the athleticism comes together at First Global. That train whistle is the sign of less than 30 seconds left in this match. We've got some extensions coming out of the robots. It seems some hooks with elevators, as well as some rope. Wondering if teams are going to start winching their way up to those higher levels. We're seeing it from Team Honduras. Wow, Team Mexico securing that high. Oh my goodness.
I was going to say, it looks like Team Algeria in particular that has taken a little bit of a spill. still on the platform, however.
So, with that fully supported by the platform, there should be some multiplier action. I don't know. We're going to have to let the refs take care of that one.
I'm glad I'm not in their shoes right now. That's a tough call to make. But in the meantime, the calls that we have up from up here in the booth are going to be flying at you just about all day. This is just one of the many matches that's going to unfold here, each with its own individual set of drama.
This is the highest scoring match thus far today. At 2:58, the Red Alliance has taken it home. We have Team Mexico, Team Honduras, and Team Ukraine. 86 carbon points, but it's that storage level 4, storage level 3. The multipliers for storage level 4 is times 1.75 for that level 3. Wow.
And we're going to get you down to the actual field itself now, where that Red Alliance is waiting for us after this win. Take it away.
We are here on the field with Carlos from Team Mexico. Carlos, what a match to start with.
Yeah, we tried to do the best. We're working. We did it in the practice also. So we're just doing what we know.
I saw you in the practice matches, and you are a machine of a human player. I think you only missed one carbon into the funnel.
Yeah, well, I'm just doing whatever I know. I'm just trying to do my best, and this is what I know. This is what I want, and this is what I like.
How long did you practice that shot?
Well, a time, yeah. I don't know, maybe since we established our strategy, I have been practicing. I have been doing the best of myself.
And did you have a strategy with your alliance members?
Yeah, obviously, trying to always be communicated with us and with the other teams.
And you were supported in that match as well. Can you get all the way up to the high bar? You guys were on the mid bar, weren't you?
Yeah, well, our team goes to the high bar and we communicate with other teams, and they went to the mid bar and also to the platform.
All right, well, that's your first match. You've got plenty more matches. Good luck in this competition. And now back to the booth for Tim and Manisha.
Thank you, Blair. The flag of our next nation features 3 distinct colors, one of which, red, represents progress. Now we get to see how the team from Azerbaijan has worked with one another for the sake of that ultimate goal.
Welcome to Azerbaijan!
I'm Sadiq and I enjoy robotics. Building robots is not an easy task, but we'll try our best. We are so happy to participate in this competition.
I am Karim. I look forward to new adventures and new things in First Global. We are ready to show our works and prepared for the competition.
I'm Abbas. We are a team of enthusiastic students, and we want to change the future of the globe. And of course, we can start from ourselves. We can change the world with our imagination.
I am Rasul. We are trying to fill our days with solving challenges. We will use our abilities to solve the introduced tasks. The First Global is an excellent opportunity for us.
I am Sergey. We will work hard to achieve our goal, and we are ready to fill our competitors. We are excited to see global peace and judge.
We're going to take you down to the game that's featuring that country in just a few seconds. About 10 is what they're telling me in my ear. Again, it's constant action all day. We're flying at you at home. We appreciate you sticking with us. And we're going to start up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
All right, 2 minutes and 30 seconds already counting down on our clock here. Your Red Alliance for this match is Team Eritrea, Malawi, and Norway against the Blue Alliance, Costa Rica, Qatar, and Azerbaijan. We've got carbon flying already. Some teams are pulling them into their robots before delivering them to their human players. Other teams are searching. You know, where are the biggest carbon deposits on this field?
Which is going to be different every game, right? They're going to be in clumps. Sometimes it's all spread out. You see a lot of those ushering them into those carbon compressors in the corner. It's an exciting time, 2.5 minutes. I know one of the teams here, Norway in particular, we had said yesterday they've won more, I think, Winter Olympics medals than any other country on the planet. I know they're trying to repeat here at the FGC.
Oh, absolutely. Team Azerbaijan on the Blue Alliance as well. They're also working to show the world the progress they strive, just as we just saw in their testimonial.
We're already a minute through this match again, so it's going to be quick. You're going to hear applauses, you're going to hear cheers at various times, and that's because there are 5 fields of action going on behind us right now. We have yet to see that cooperation bonus make its way into the field of play yet, but it sure as heck has not dissuaded any of those teams from trying to maximize the amount of those particles they're putting in that basin.
Oh, absolutely. I think something that we're seeing in this match for the first time is that the trajectory and force in which you're delivering the carbon to the funnel is actually pretty important, because I've seen some carbon almost fly out the other side. You got to be super careful, aiming for that center carbon sink.
Gotta love how we just saw Costa Rica using its robot as somewhat of a vacuum, running over those carbon particles. A good way to store them and a good way to motor them all the way towards those compression corners that we talked about.
We're entering the end game now. You're seeing some extensions coming out of these robots, but I wonder which platform or bar they're gonna end up on being fully supported by. Reaching into the sky, I believe that's Team Qatar.
And spacing, obviously an enormous issue as you get down to this last very chaotic 10 seconds. We'll see if everybody has the space to fit on that island. We find that in just a few moments.
Real estate is truly limited on this platform. That's something that teams are going to have to be mindful of as we continue on with the competition. Base your strategy of timing as well. We've talked about the robots, we've talked about the team communication, but that time on the clock, that's a huge factor as well.
Something we also share, all in common, fleeting time, am I right? So in solving this collective problem of carbon capture, it's also reflected in this 2.5 minute game. Either way, time is something that is waning for all of us, right?
Absolutely.
Now we're going to get those scores hopefully coming in a couple of seconds as all of the people clear that field. It looks like a very tight game. Congrats to that Blue Alliance of Costa Rica, Qatar, and Azerbaijan, 56-40. Well done to them. Looks like that storage level 1 is what came down to be the difference maker. Now we're going to take it down to the pits where we have, I believe, Melissa waiting for us with an interviewee. Take it away.
Hi, I'm down here in the pits at First Global talking with Team Morocco. How are you guys doing today?
Fine, great, yeah.
Awesome. So you were talking about how's your First Global experience been in general so far?
Very excellent. It was perfect.
Been perfect? Oh, exciting. Okay, so you guys mentioned that you have your first match coming up. How's your robot been performing in the practice matches so far?
It was performing really good. The shooting task, it was really working, and the push one too, and also the collecting. So we were like, our driving is very smart and very powerful.
Awesome. And how are you guys talking with other teams? Are you strategizing? What's your plan?
Yeah, they helped us very well because we had a lot of problems yesterday, and they helped us. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, super excited. Good luck out there today, and good luck with your robots. Thank you. Okay, back up to you guys.
Thanks, Melissa. Collaboration is the essence of collective problem solving and community building. In the border capital of Bratislava, the embassies of Slovakia and Slovenia meet monthly to exchange wrongly addressed mail. The Slovaks are eager and excited to exchange more. It's just a few parcels as they participate this year.
Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to do or say something because you can miss the opportunity that could turn into something special.
Let's try to make this world a better place for our future generations to live in.
This competition is not about robotics, it's about important issues of today.
I can't tell you what to do. I can only ask you to be more environment friendly, to use public transport, and to decrease your carbon footprint.
All right, Team Slovakia is actually in this next match, so you'll get a chance to see them compete live on our center field. I believe the Carbon is already on the field, getting settled, where teams are taking their final deep breaths before that match kicks off. And in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
John, what I love about all of those little vignettes that we get from these countries is the showing of how multifaceted, skilled these kids are at multiple different even hobbies. I think one of those players from Slovakia was drumming and jamming out earlier on. I believe it's also going to be happening on the field of play as they enter this game.
Oh, absolutely. And the artistry from some of their other players, other team members, you can see that in the way that a lot of these robots are not only constructed, but the decor to reflect their home nations. It's excellent.
So right now, none of the teams in the middle of the field, you see them corralling those carbon particles to their respective corners. 2 of those blue compressors, 2 of those red compressors, they can get them to either corner and then hook them in.
Something that we're seeing on this field for this match, different to other fields, there are conveyor belts that they're utilizing to pull the carbon into their robots, carrying them around the field. You have some teams utilizing claws, some teams utilizing rollers. It's the same kit of parts, but totally different designs, totally different strategies.
Well, and as a physics teacher myself in the States, one of our units is about projectiles. You've got to be quite an expert if you're trying to get it into that central base, and these robots are doing an exceptional job, including Ecuador, who you see right now.
It looks like they're pulling the balls in, trying to bring it into the compressor. You can see that the drive teams, not only are they communicating with the other countries they're partnering with, but within their own team as well. Go to that side, go to this side. Pull the conveyor belt up. It's almost 30 seconds. Maybe we should start planning. It's all about that strategy and time management.
And the amount of time that these teams get to actually communicate with one another before their next match and before they're introduced to the new alliance is really not that long. So again, it's kind of like a 2-minute drill. It's not all that long to set an established game plan, which makes things incredibly complicated when you're talking about language barriers included.
Absolutely. You can have either a couple matches or a long set of matches, and it all depends on the different teams. As we enter the last 30 seconds of this match, you can see some of the robots are rushing to the center of the field. I believe we have Sudan looking to make a middle bar supported climb, as well as Sri Lanka. I'm curious to see how far are these teams able to go. Oh, and that hook, just barely missing that middle bar, but we see a robot ascending on the other side. There's so much aim involved in these robot designs.
Now I think we've got one robot in particular up on that middle bar. I want to say it's Team Sri Lanka. I could be wrong as I took a glance at that initial flag, but we'll find out shortly as these scores get tabulated. A round of applause goes all around, naturally so. Everybody here is a winner just for making it to this stage.
Taking a look at the replay, you can see all the carbon flying into the sink. Ooh, looks like the drive team's got to actually watch out for some flying carbon outside the field as well. The Blue Alliance took that home, and in the end, it did come down to the climb. The storage level 3 was what made the difference for the Blue Alliance there. But that's the beauty of First Global Challenge. We're going to have time to adapt, practice. There are 2 awesome practice fields our team can take a look at.
So our next guest up here in the booth is going to be Doreen, who's a volunteer serving as a First Global representative at this event. And thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. So we know that a lot of hours go into this process. There are a lot of volunteers who are a part of this working machine. Even though the hours are long, is it worth it for you? Tell me about your experience personally.
Well, for me, it's very special because I get to be a part of an amazing community, and I see how the students interact, collaborate in solving pressing problems. And as an alumni, it's actually something that's inspiring for me and gives me hope that I see first keeps on being persistent and resilient in making sure all the youth get to be a part of this. Yeah, so I'm loving the experience.
Would you say that the magic of being part of the First Global Challenge as a student is what brought you back?
Oh, yes, actually. It was the first time for me to participate in any global competition, and also a robotics as STEM one. So eventually I felt compelled to come back and give back the experience that I had in 2019 to the students.
I was going to say it pays homage to the whole concept of paying it forward, so we're hopeful to see even more alumni over time get involved. That's been a theme that we've talked about. When working with your team, you've seen one particular challenge of everything coming together as a volunteer group. What would that be?
Okay, so one is the diversity of it, if I got your question right.
So in terms of just the number of volunteers, it's a massive operation. The organization behind it takes a lot of planning and preparation, I'm sure.
Yes, actually. But then one thing that is special about it is we are brought together by one common interest. So automatically we are a lot, but then eventually we found a common ground, and it's been special to work under different backgrounds. Plus we learn different cultures too. Yes.
That's truly the beauty of it. It's one of my favorite things, as you mentioned, just getting to interact with different people, but you all have the same love for First Global Challenge. That's why you're here, and it's why every single volunteer I've come in contact with this week is just so excited to be here. There's this energy that's infectious. It's amazing.
I really appreciate so much you being here, Doreen, and of course the many volunteers who have made this all possible. We know that their work is endless, and it's going on right behind the scenes as we speak. So again, thank you so much, Doreen.
Well, I should thank you for giving me this chance.
Well, we're looking forward to the chance of getting to see a little bit more of this action in a few minutes. Syria, I believe, is going to be one of the next teams that we introduce formally. We'll get you their video lined up in a few seconds. But with respect to the games thus far, again, everything has looked somewhat different so far. The experience, even from turning from one of those competitors into an alumni. Doreen just shared it with us. And now we're ready to roll with Syria. So Damascus is the capital of that nation. And for this next team, it's the oldest continuously lived in city in the world. So Team Syria is not only bringing with them a wealth of history, but also coming with what it takes to make some of their own. Let's take a look.
مرحبا، أنا اسمي ليان، عمري 13 سنة، بقدر أحكي 4 لغات بطلاقة، هلا عم أتعلم الخامسة، بالإضافة للغات البرمجة، سكراتش، سي بلس بلس، بايثون، هوايتي رسم.
بعتبر ستيم مهمة بالنسبة إلي، لأن ستيم أساس الحياة بالمستقبل وبتحل كتير مشاكل تعليمية.
لما أكبر بدي أدرس الميكاترونكس، وفيرست جلوبال رح تساعدني بإني فوت بمجال الميكانيك والبرمجة.
بطلي وقدوتي في الحياة هو نيكولا تسلا، اللي هو أهم الناس اللي شاركوا بتطوير علم الكهرباء بالقرن 19.
بداية بدي أتشكر عائلتي اللي دعموني وتحملوني من طفولي لهلا، بدي أتشكر أساتذتي ومعلميني اللي قدموا لي الخبرات لحتى أوصل لهون، أخيرا بدي أتشكر أصدقائي اللي ساندوني ودعموني بكل لحظة بحياتي.
أنا متحمس للمشاركة بفيرست جلوبال تشالنج عشان أتعرف على ثقافات وبلدان جديدة مشان نشوف نتيجة دراستي لستيم عمليا.
أهمية موضوع هاي السنة هي إني عرفت دور التوعية المجتمعي لتقليل الانبعاثات الكربون، وخاصة بالنسبة لبلدي الغير جاهز للكوارث الطبيعية يلي بسببها هذا الغاز، وبالتأكيد رح ينعكس بشكل إيجابي على العالم.
بيتميز فريقنا بالقدرة على التأقلم والاعتماد على أعضاء الفريق في تنفيذ المهام، واللي بيميزنا عن باقي الفرق وتواصلنا مع الفرق الثانية وتفاعلنا الكبير على السوشيال ميديا.
راح تزيد خبراته التقنية، حيكون قادر إنه يفيد البلد ويطور المجتمع.
What an incredible story, and I loved every single smile in that video. All of them are so passionate about what they're learning about, and we're gonna be able to see them right now on that center field. It's match number 19, if you can believe it already, in 3, 2, 1, go.
One of those quotes that I loved in that little vignette came from Team Syria. They said, this team is special because of its adaptability. If you think about being reflexive and responsive to some of the challenges that we face in this competition alone, they've definitely got to be on their toes.
Absolutely. And with their alliance partners of Chile and the United Kingdom, They're on the Red Alliance going, and then Blue Alliance is Gambia, Vanuatu, and Nigeria.
So right now we are only at match number 19 of the hundreds that we've got coming at you this week. This proves to be no exception in terms of the drama that has unfolded here.
I love to see everything that the teams are bringing with them to the field. We have traditional uniforms, we have homemade t-shirts. It's just the passion, the excitement. You're seeing it in the way that their robots are moving too. We got great United Kingdom. They're herding some carbon over to their side of the field, trying to get it into those corner compressors for their human players to interact with.
We're halfway through this game at this point. Again, we were just focusing on Great Britain in particular with that funnel effect, but all of these robots have those special adaptations that are going to allow them to maximize the points they're getting out of this. Right now, it looks like one of them is actually being fixed in that corner.
Team Chile doing a nice 360, waving their flag, saying, hey, what's up? We're over at the compressor.
Everybody's been dancing. Everybody's been dancing.
Team UK flying their flag in the compressor section. There he is!
With enthusiasm. Right now, I was going to say the communal points in the middle, those carbon particles, haven't really made their way there. This might be one of the lower scoring games that we see so far, but at the end of the day, wins are wins in these first matches, and we're all growing from the experience and trying to improve.
Absolutely. And that said, we're entering the last 30 seconds. Everything can change right now with the way that the score multipliers for each of the different levels can come into play. It may be a low carbon match, but that climb at the end to be supported by those platforms or the different bars could elevate the game, literally.
Elevate the game, literally. Here we see it in a few seconds. Only 5 left on the clock. We'll see if we can at least remain on that platform to get that first level multiplier. Remember, there are 4 of those.
Team Nigeria reaching high as time expires. We'll have to see. This one's up to the refs. Anxiously awaiting. I remember that feeling.
Multiple matches coming for these teams over the weekend as well as today. So again, this is really the first time that they've all gone out there outside of the practice rounds. This is when the stakes start getting higher.
You're getting into your groove. You're figuring out, okay, this setup's a little different than home. The practice match, you had a specific focus of something you're trying to test, but when you get into the actual qualification matches, everything can change in a blink. The Blue Alliance took that one home. 25 carbon points, but 3 storage level 1. That's what made the match for them, truly.
So I would think that the convening of those 3 teams right before this match and suggesting that all of them make it to that island is something that really paid dividends, at least in this particular match. Something that I'm sure we're going to see more often from all of these teams that are competing, one of which is going to be Brazil. They're our next nation, and they're known for the Amazon, creating giant football players, and now robotics leaders. Team Brazil is here to show that the real Brazilian way of doing things is with vigor, cordiality, and positivity more than anything else.
Why is STEM important to you?
What
Who are
about
your
your
heroes?
team? Wait, we want to tell you our story. We are from 3 different states in the south of Brazil: Paraná, Santa Catarina, and Rio Grande do Sul. We are from the FRC teams in these states, which makes our projects even more diverse and complete. Talking about projects, our teams work in this way. We maintain most of the activities online, so we can use digital tools and all of the members can participate in a collaborative and dynamic way. From that, we strengthen competition and a gracious professionalism. It was by the online modality that we talked with a lot of FGC teams, and we made the following question: how does your culture reflect on your team's work? And now, it's our turn to answer it. Just like the Brazilian people, we are really persistent, creative, and united. If we find a challenge, we face it together, thinking the most out-of-the-box solution to it. Our country is really known by its agriculture, but even if this moves our economy, this turns Brazil in the 7th largest emitter of CO2 in the world. But instead of being hopeless with our reality, we took the opportunity to solve it with STEM, something only the first community could allow us, especially with this year's theme, carbon capture. As the mathematician Sofia Kovlskaya once said,
"Say what you know, do what you must, come what may."
So with the spirit of educate, inspire, build, and connect, this is Brazil for the first global challenge.
Love the spirit of Team Brazil there. We have some crazy action going on behind us. But I loved the bit where she said, do what you must, come with what may. It's really what kind of you have to do this week with the carbon, especially as it transcends the field. It might be anywhere. It might be not exactly where you're expecting it to be, but come what may, do what you got to do, right?
Definitely got to live by that mantra. Be reflexive, be adaptable, be someone that's resilient enough to accept some of those challenges and recognize there are ways around it so long as we're willing to work together. And speaking of working together, we're going to see the next 6 teams do so in only a few seconds. We start up in 3, 2, 1, go! And those 6 teams that we are talking about, I believe, happen to be Japan, the Dominican Republic, and Panama, squaring off against Mauritius, Brazil, and Iraq.
Carbon capture is a theme that, for a lot of these teams, is near and dear to their heart, as Brazil mentioned in their video. We seem to have taken a tumble in the center of the field.
Let's see if Team Iraq can actually square up. They're going to use that extension, that arm that's leading out, to see if they can flip themselves over. We'll see if they can do it.
They're trying it out. Oh, I would love to see them right themselves. That would be fantastic.
Tremendous job by Team Brazil. You see them at the top of your screen and heading to the top right part of that corner. You see them throwing balls into the middle, and then the carbon compressor getting filled. Right now, they're floating the points in.
It seems that we got some assistance from the Rev team as well. We have 2 robots that aren't moving on that blue side of the field. The beauty of this game, though, is that despite some challenges, all 6 robots are working together right now for that same carbon goal.
Right now, still communicating. It seems like the Alliance is actually trying to help out with Iraq and turning them over. We'll see if that communication works out well.
This is a collaboration that we live for here at First Global Challenge. This is exactly what we're talking about. You're finding solutions. You're adapting to whatever comes. Oh man, it's so close. I feel it just like a little bit more, a little bit more. I'm sure all those Drive team members are like, we're so close.
Mauritius is trying it out. We'll see. Come what may, right? They're leaning into that challenge, trying to help one another out. At some point, we got this last minute left, and endgame quickly approaching, so we'll see if that strategy changes for them.
Absolutely, and it just goes to show you that anything can happen on our playing fields. You can have a plan in place, but ultimately you got to communicate, you got to adapt, you have to have strategy on the fly in addition to your pre-planned strategy before the match. I'm sure nobody expected this, but you know what? They're doing whatever they can to overcome it as they enter this last 30 seconds where everyone will be descending to the center of the field, trying to get those score multipliers.
You're going to hear that train whistle. You're going to hear whistles from the crowd shortly following. And again, it's because as we get into the waning seconds of every single match, the stakes only get higher. You see Brazil with that blue indicator. They are on that platform as we speak. They need to hold on to that indicator in order to get those bonus points. And right now, they have that arm that is getting them up to that first rung.
You can see that they had a winch in there pulling themselves up. I wonder if they've got a ratchet mechanism to hold them in place. Everybody's doing those double checks as time expires.
Oh, on the second rung, my fault, my mistake.
High fives, well done. I'm sure the Drive team has some sighs of relief as that match is over now. High stakes, high tensions, but you know what? At the end of the day, we're all here together. We're all having fun. Checking out Brazil just launching tons of carbon in that replay there.
You got Japan in the meantime as well, spinning about, working really well on that field with its alliance as well.
We've got score coming in. The Blue Alliance took that one home. It's that storage level 3. That climb really made the difference there.
And you saw that climb actually start a few seconds, well before I would say that clock even got down to 5 seconds, right? It's going to take a little bit more time, but in the meantime, right now we're going to take you down to the pits for an interview. Take it away.
I'm here fieldside with one of the Alliance members from Team Brazil. What a great match. Interesting, we had our first tip over of the event, but how did you adjust to that strategy?
Well, first is about adjusting and adapting. So basically the robot just dropped in the middle of the field. So our Alliance had some way to got it back in the game. So basically one of the robots tried to push it over so it could climb up. Unfortunately, it didn't happen, but that's about, we thought about one strategy and we had to do another one. So I think that's what first about. That's what this game was about, and the other ones will be even better.
That's great. Did you give up hope? Were you like heartbroken there?
What?
Did you give up hope?
Hope?
Hope.
Yeah, well, we did. We did what we could do, but that was it. Yeah.
Well, congratulations. Many more matches to come. A great first match here on Field 5. We will send it now back to the booth with Tim and Manisha.
Thank you, Blair. That was absolutely crazy match right there. My goodness. But for this next team we're going to introduce, it's Spain. And when they say, with passion and effort, we went far beyond what we could imagine when we started. This message is one that speaks volume about how much heart and drive alone can accomplish. And these Spaniards certainly have both.
Hello, my name is Jan and I'm an 18-year-old from Team Spain. I love doing robotics and I've been doing it for over 10 years. Team Spain is a group of people that not only love doing robotics, but we also strive to make the world a better place. STEM is really important for us because it's the best tool to make the world a better place, and also helps us boost our creativity and have better ideas. We are really excited to be a part of the first Global 2022 Challenge. The theme of this year, carbon capture, is really important not only for our country but to the world, because carbon emissions are a huge problem we have nowadays. And this team will help conscientiate everyone about this problem. We will use this experience to help the world and in our country be a better place by conscientiating people and letting the theme spread and let the word out.
So that team of 5 students that we were just introduced to is from the region of Catalonia. We're looking forward to watching them compete. Believe it or not, the country of Spain itself is home to the world's first lighthouse. So I know that they're looking forward to lighting up the field of competition. In just a few moments, when we get you down there in the action, we'll also introduce the 5 teams that they're going to be competing alongside with. And then again, their regional alliance that stakes up an endgame in 3, 2, 1, go!
Something to be looking out for at home is, as one of us have the countdown, the sink in the center actually counts down with us. So look for those purple lights at the beginning of the match indicating 3, 2, 1. We've got some extensions on the center field already. I wonder if they're looking to start a climb really early.
We had seen that in one of the earlier matches. I do believe it paid off for that country getting up to that second rung. It's going to take a lot more time to get to the higher ascending rungs as well.
Speaking to the center ascending rung, it looks like this team is actually going for that indicator in the middle. Now what that is, at the end of the game, in order to ascend the platform and to receive the multiplier, you have to have one of those indicators, either red or blue, depending on your alliance, in your robot. So it looks like that team actually said, hey, we want to capture this early. We want to go climb early. Look at this shooter, Tim.
I was going to say...
Look at all of that carbon flying out of it. Looks like it's Team Israel.
Team Israel is the one that went for that indicator early on. You saw him usher it to the corner and then finally get it back in its robot. Those indicators, remember, have to stay in those robots in endgame in order to get those endgame bonus points towards the end.
We had another robot on that alliance absolutely hurting carbon with some of their mechanisms on their robot. It looks like they had a lever come down to actually just encapsulate a bunch. We're taking a look at Team Spain right now. They got one of those roller intakes I mentioned earlier. Looks like that's going to go into their robot. More high flying coming from Team Israel.
I was going to say, we have an enormous clump of those carbon particles in that top right corner. We're hoping that we can actually get them in.
Argentina is actually the team that's got that blue indicator for when they eventually go to climb. They're still working on the carbon, though. They're still trying to pulse them in. Looks like they're heading over to the center as we near 30 seconds in this match. Oh, it's getting It's getting crazy.
It really
High
is.
Sky and Corbin. Look at that. There's more than one robot going for that high rung, and they look like they're from different alliances, too. I wonder who's going to get it.
And Argentina, I believe, has lost its flag, but not its mission to try to get to that top rung. That bottom bar may very well be in the way, but we will see. Right now, it doesn't look like it's going to be a problem for him with 10 seconds remaining. You see those hands come up in triumph, and understandably so. Here we go.
Incredibly smooth elevator to pull themselves up with just enough time left, too. And now time expired. 75 points of carbon on the table, but it all comes down to those multipliers. I can't wait to see what our referees say about this one.
The smiles are starting to become even more evident and readily apparent throughout this arena as the games continue here. People are participating more and more, collaborating, communicating more and more, but those smiles transcend all of it.
Look at that claw pulling that blue indicator off the top of the carbon sink. Just effortless. And I'm loving the way that it's perched on their robot. I wonder if that's by design.
Delicate balancing act it is.
Our teams are anxiously awaiting as our referees make their final calls. We have some field reset going on. The green lights mean that the teams can actually ascend the field, and it looks like the Blue Alliance did take it home with that storage level 4 coming in handy, storage level 2 and storage level 1. All 3 robots received a multiplier there on top of those 78 carbon points for the Blue Alliance. Well done.
Now again, we're hopeful over time to see that cooperation bonus, but in the meantime, Laos is the next country we're going to introduce, and although their home country is not very well known for innovation, well, they are well known for innovation, the team from Laos knows that despite the limited resources they have, that they can still very much find solutions. We're looking forward to learning about them. In the meantime, we got a pit interview. We'll get back to Laos in a second. Sorry, Melissa, take it away.
Hi, I'm down here in the pits with Team USA, and how are you guys doing?
We're doing great.
Awesome. So you guys had a match already. How did that go?
So we had a match already. In the beginning, the shooting went smoothly. We had a small hiccup near the end with the hanging. But other than that, we've already fixed that issue, and we're doing great.
Okay, and is this your first global experience? Can you explain how you kind of got here?
So this is actually our second first global experience. We went to First Global last year, but that was online. So this is kind of our first real global experience. We got here because we won the FTC World Championships, and that's how we were selected as Team USA.
Fantastic. Well, congrats on your FTC win, and good luck out there today at First Global. Looking forward to seeing Team USA perform.
Now let's take it back to Team Laos. They're going to be in this next match, but let's hear from them first.
From a country that was once fulfilled with natural resources is facing a difficult situation. From the food we eat, from the water we drink, and from the way we live, have created unrecoverable consequences. The after effect of a disaster have made my friend the same age that have the access to learn and use their life as they should have been doing. There are countless Lao students who love and interested in science, technologies, and even mathematics, because these things help and leads them to their better future. Participating in the First Global Challenge 2022 in the theme of carbon capture will absolutely be a great opportunity for me, myself, and my team to act as a wise distributor from my country. I'm extremely excited to learn more about STEM and meet my new friends from around the world. We'll bring back the experience we gained from this challenge and set it forward to inspire Lao students and countless people around the world. We dare to stand up to face the challenge. We dare to stand up to make a change. And we dare to stand up to shape our own future.
Something that I love about their message, they said that we dare to stand up and shape our future. And I can't wait to see that on the field right behind us as we get going with match number 28 already. We're flying.
flying around, and we're going to see those 6 robots shortly do the same once our field is ready to rock there. One thing I loved about Laos as well is that they were talking about being a voice distributor to their nation. We're going to look forward to seeing their voices on this field in their action in 3, 2, 1, begin. So we've got Tanzania, Benin, and St. Kitts and Nevis squaring up in that red alliance. Then we've got Laos, Suriname, and Botswana in the blue alliance.
High flying Carbon. It looks like that trajectory is like a really high one with a long distance. Tim, you're the physics teacher. Do you know the math off the top of your head for that one?
I could try, but right now I'm trying to do the point tabulations myself, and my brain's going a mile a minute. I don't know if I can handle it.
I got to give one to our teams. This year's score calculator, it's a lot going on, but at the same time, having a lot going on is just so many different ways that our teams can contribute to their score, to their alliances. We have a team Tanzania herding the Carbon into their robot. Little conveyor system action. I don't know, but it looks like they got at least 10 Carbon pieces in that robot right now, which is incredible.
And I was going to say, I feel like I've seen about 10 of those Carbon particles flying into that central Carbon sink over the last 5 seconds. So we'll see if that cooperation bonus comes into play here. We have yet to see that today, to my understanding.
Yes, and taking a look at Team Suriname, he's throwing the Carbon up into the funnel effortlessly. I'm loving all the athleticism we're seeing from our human players today.
We're already about halfway through this game. Those Carbon particles are fairly spread out. We'll see how they manage that time and space with the last minute that we've got remaining here.
Time management, field management, field awareness. It's why you have a drive team as opposed to just one driver. Everybody's looking out, seeing where the Carbon is. Where do they need to go next? What's the status of their robot? What's the time left in the match? It all comes together. Everybody has a role, as we've talked about.
We've got a little bit of a traffic jam in that bottom left corner in the Red Alliance. We'll see if they're able to sweep those Carbon particles into that compressor to make those points valued as this last 30 seconds and end game begins.
You can see members of the Blue Alliance, they're holding those blue pieces of Carbon, those indicators. Every team wanting to get that multiplier at the end of the game needs one of those in their robot. Looks like we've got a couple of robots ascending. This one is awesome.
Laos,
it is
There
Laos. They
well
have a hook and winch system that I've been talking about, and look at that security. Perfectly still.
They're not waving around at all, but their flags were last night without question. We'll see what these bonus points look like at the very end. Thankfully, it looks like all robots made it onto that platform at the very least.
Absolutely. 63 points of Carbon on the table here, but I gotta see how the multiplier factors in. Anxiously awaiting the referees to tally up the scores.
It's just utter chaos at the beginning of this game. Utter chaos. You see those controllers as well, manipulating and navigating the field of play with those robots, all of which are different. That gameplay is something that I am sure is a lot of fun to engage in, but at the same time, quite stressful.
Absolutely, and you can see that they're actually using different video game controllers for their robots. The Blue Alliance takes this one. Like we said, it's that multiplier at the end of the day. They had storage level 1 and storage level 2 compared to the Red Alliance storage level 1. These games are really close.
And we had a couple of those storage levels like you were talking about. It's a tremendous job by them. We're looking forward to watching the next few teams compete as well. But before we end up going, we have a few feature videos as well, one of which earlier on in the day explained the rules of the game. We talked about carbon capture as an overall problem, but in a few seconds, we're going to talk about Kazakhstan. So in terms of Kazakhstan, their change has been happening and growing as access to STEM in countries around the globe also increases. Kazakhstan is certainly no exception to that wonderful trend, and they had the momentous and history-making opportunity of conducting their first national robotics competition this very year. Let's take a look.
Now in the booth, we have Nur, who is the co-founder of USTEM Robotics, Kazakhstan, and Central Asia Robotics Development Foundation. This year, as we mentioned, they held their first ever national championship in partnership with the Ministry of Education and Science, which involved more than 6,000 participants. The winning team from that is here today representing their country, and we have one of their students, Jantor, and in the booth with us as well. So Nur, tell me, what inspired you to create this competition? What was the overall impact once it occurred?
So, first of all, we got the inspiration from the very first global that was back in Washington, D.C., if you remember.
I do.
So that was our first time when we participated at the first championship. And then from now on, from that moment, we have got that inspiration, and then like we have tried to deliver this kind of program to the different rural areas of Kazakhstan, rural areas of the different regions. And I mean, we got that inspiration from Dean Kamen, who told us that, okay, guys, you are the STEM ambassadors from now on. Just go to your countries and then deliver that message of STEM, of the the technology, engineering, and mathematics, so that we are doing so in our scale. We are trying to reach as much people as possible. I mean, by the way, this year we have reached almost 10,000 kids, only in Kazakhstan. So we have taught 3,000 girls only programming in Kazakhstan. So that was quite a huge experience, and then we have got the first initial inspiration from that very first third global.
And we need to wrap up, and I'm so sorry. We'll hopefully talk to you over the next game in a couple of seconds. We're going to have our next game ready to go in a few seconds. In about 10 seconds, I think, those balls are going to drop. We're going to hopefully keep you in the booth and talk to you, Jantoria. I'm very excited to hear from you in particular. We're going to start this game up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Now we have some units up. And now everyone's grabbing the controllers. Now let's see. We've got carbon scattered all over our field a little differently than in the last match. Some of it's closer to the center, some of it's further out. You know, we have the teams here for this match. On the Red Alliance, Eritrea, Portugal, and Barbados. Tunisia, India, and Burkina Faso are representing the Blue Alliance.
In terms of these 2 minutes, again, you're seeing 6 new teams make their way out onto the field. Those tie scores at the very bottom are coming from those individual carbon particles that we've got in the middle of the field. They'll go into that central carbon basin. Right now, we don't see, the central carbon sink. We don't see it happening all that much right now, but we're now seeing a few of those carbon particles getting funneled into that robot. Hopefully we can back up and see which country in particular it is. I believe it was Barbados, but I could be mistaken. Right now, that blue indicator is getting picked up by that Blue Alliance. Can't tell what team it is. Could be Tunisia, could be India, could be Burkina Faso. We'll see as it backs on up. Right now with $1:20 left, only 15-15, we see Team India getting onto that platform. We'll see what ends up happening. Only 2 minutes and 30 seconds. It's pretty rare to see all of those black particles make their way into the basin, let alone into those compressors on the side of the field. That indicator is still in the middle of the field. It does not look like it's been naturally acquired, or it has. It's not really on that ledge, but in 30 seconds, with it remaining on the clock, they're going to end up getting those indicators from their various sidelines placed into those robots. Those robots have to keep those indicators inside of their robots in order to get those points at the very end. It looks like we've already got India hanging on that final bar. Good for them, but that could potentially disadvantage their team, considering the fact that now there are only 2 robots getting those remaining carbon particles in the middle of the field. We will end up seeing right now they are the only hanging robot. Eritrea, Portugal, and Barbados are hanging on. Right now it looks like a tie game. Those blue indicators are making their way into those robots. We'll see if they can get back onto the platform here. Only 15 left. Again, you're seeing the focus, the diligence, all of this work to build these robots coming down to only a few seconds at the very end. Space is becoming an issue. It looks like Barbados has wedged themselves up into that platform naturally so. That spin around coming from Eritrea. We'll see if they get up there. We'll see if we get up there. Hands are off those controllers. but our hands are covering our faces, waiting with bated breath and anticipation to find out just exactly how this particular game came out. Again, every single time that one of these games occurs in 2 minutes and 30 seconds, they clear the field and get ready for the next round of competition. There are 5 of those fields that are actually in play. So even though we're only showing you one live, if you are at home, there's a lot of action going around in all 4 corners of this actual arena. Takes a little bit of time to get everything uploaded and ready to rock. I love the fact that we have these instant replays. We get to revisit every single game, see the highlights from each individual team, each alliance. Again, one of the unique components about the first Global Challenge is that you've got all 6 of those teams working with one another at the beginning, and then in the last 30, they split into those regional alliances. And speaking of, it looks like that blue regional alliance of Tunisia, India, and Burkina Faso came out with the W there. Good job to them. A 14-point spread, so a very, very close game. And overall, we're very, very proud of all 6 of those teams. Now, we still have these 2 gentlemen in the booth with us, and I said that I wanted to ask them a couple questions, and we cut out on them, so I appreciate you both coming back up here with us. I know it's a sprint back and forth. Now, as a student competing in Kazakhstan, you were with 6,000 competitors. I know you said it's 10,000 now. What was that feeling like for you?
The most interesting part for me was that usually we don't get this many students at any competitions in Kazakhstan, and
that's a good problem to have, though. It's a good
surprise.
surprise.
It's a great problem.
There you go.
Robotics and these sorts of competitions is something I'm very passionate about, and being able to share this passion with so many new students that are from my own home country is a very special feeling.
And how do you feel walking away, at least from even the first day of this competition? Has it changed your outlook on how you're going to go about getting even more involvement from Kazakhs as you head on home? So in terms of walking away from this competition, what are the next steps when you all go home?
And then we'll be trying to reach more kids. I mean, we genuinely feel that the talented and gifted students are in the rural areas, especially because of their hunger for the knowledge, for the new technology. I mean, if we could deliver the message of FIRST, if we could deliver the opportunities that FIRST gives to the students, I guess I genuinely believe that they could achieve far more, and they could be like really beneficial for the whole world.
And you're talking about that access piece. That's the biggest importance component, I would say, in trying to spread that mission. And in Kazakhstan, where there is so much rural area that you're talking about, that's got to be a particular challenge. What have you learned coming into this competition after that first national competition you had?
Well, we learned that the logistics is very important. In a competition, during travel, and even out of competition. So we've been putting in a lot of thought into that compared to our previous competitions.
I was going to say the process evolves over time, and I'm sure it's only going to grow. We're so grateful for your effort, and I know your home country would say the same. So thank you for joining us, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now, our next country that we're going to focus on in Madagascar, it is the 4th largest island in the world, but the team representing it at this year's challenge is hungry for a podium finish. Feast your eyes on these ferocious competitors from Madagascar.
Dimenadava amin'ny faritra samihafa eto Madagasikara no navondro ny STEM for Good Madagascar ka handray anjara amin'ny fifaninanana iraisam-pirenena mahakasika ny robotika.
Ny STEM dia ahafahana mamoha ny anaty saina lalin'ny tanora hanainga avo ny fikarohana ara-tsiansy.
Zava-dehibe ho an'ny ekipa malagasy ity lohahevitra carbon capture ity satria dia anisan'ireo firenena voakasika ny fivadibadian'ny toetry ny andro Madagasikara izay vokatry ny fiakaran-tahana emisiona carbone.
Nandrisika ny ekipa Madagasikara indray anjara amin'ity fifaninana First Global Challenge ity moa zany dia ankoatran'ny fitiavana resaka STEM sy robotika dia eo ny fitiavana mifampizara traikefa amin'ny ekipa maro sy ny tanora eran'izao tontolo izao. Mahafinaritra anay ihany koa ny mieritseritsy hoe misy tanora mitovy passion fotom-pisainana aminay raha zao tontolo zao mandray anjara amin'ny fifaninanana.
Like-minded people from all over the world. Could not agree more. That's what this competition is all about. We're going to see these 6 teams compete in a couple of seconds, including Madagascar. We start in 3, 2, 1, go.
You can see that our competitors start with their hands up, hands off of the controllers. It shows that once they're ready to go, their hands grab the controllers, the robots start to move. We're seeing already some carbon flying into the air from both robots and human players.
We've got Namibia, Madagascar, and Zimbabwe squaring off against El Salvador, Slovakia, and Malaysia right now. Fairly chaotic at the start. You're seeing a lot of those balls flying around. My goodness, in the top left corner, the Red Alliance. I don't know which country that is right now. It might be Namibia with all of those black carbon particles funneling them into that compressor. They're actually shooting them from the corner as well.
It's actually a great opportunity because your robot can be putting carbon in the center. You can have your human players also doing it at the same time. Looks like they got a lot of carbon in their area as well. Blue Alliance also have pockets of carbon around their field. I'm looking forward to see how they capitalize on that. Malaysia over by their compressor.
Now, in the middle of the field, again, you see those little black tick marks in the middle of the pitch where that carbon sink is. Each centimeter that is covered by one of those black carbon particles equates to 1 base level point, and that is awarded to both of those alliances, which is why you see that even score right now. It indicates that at present, the basin is filled up, or the sink is filled up, that matter, to 40 centimeters. Once we get to a certain point level, we then get into the cooperation bonus, which is awarded to both alliances. Again, we have yet to see it unfold in competition today, but we are just starting here.
200 points on the table, but our teams are well aware of that. It's all about getting in the groove. You're starting to figure out which way your robot likes to move versus, you know, things that you need to work on throughout the competition. That's the beauty of it too. You can be working on something in a match with your drivetrain, with your shooter, with your climbing mechanism, but then for the next match, it could be a totally different problem you're trying to debug, but our teams have a lot of adaptability, especially going into the last 30 seconds of this match. Robots are flocking to the center. Once they have the indicators in hand, you can see Team Namibia have a red carbon in their hold right now. Team Slovenia as well.
And right now, all of those 6 robots descending, space becoming the primary issue at this point. We'll see what ends up happening in the last 5 seconds.
Time expires as we have 1 robot in the air. Other possible robots in the air as well, but it's up to our referees to decide. Our awesome volunteers on deck, ready with the next section of carbon.
Again, these instant replays showing you just how much these robots are working, the different capabilities that each one of them has, despite the common rules of this game that apply to all. We're standing by for the scores as we speak. Hopefully they'll come up in a few seconds for us. We're hearing applause on both sides.
Wow, that one's a close one. The storage level, 2 robots each, but that storage level 2 for the Red Alliance is really what made it for them.
Now, the Lone Star on Vietnam's flag has 5 points, one of which represents its youth. Experienced in more than robotics, this team of Vietnamese youth seeks to spark a passion for innovation in STEM and in the minds of other youth to inspire the next generation of scientists and engineers in Vietnam.
Vietnam is a beautiful country located in the center of Southeast Asia with a temperate tropical climate, a diversity of topography and many beautiful landscapes. Coupled with green, climate change, and environmental pollution are issues that Vietnam is paying attention. New solutions such as using renewable energy sources, producing electric transport, and using green batteries. It's expected that Vietnam will achieve zero carbon in 2050.
After Vietnam Robotic Challenge, 8 talented students with huge passion and design to inspire STEM to the community from different schools across Vietnam were carefully selected.
với mình STEM ta là sẽ luôn là nguồn động lực và là cảm hứng để mình tiếp tục phát triển và phóng bỏ giới hạn của bản thân.
Em nhận thấy đây là một cơ hội rất tốt để có thể học hỏi kinh nghiệm từ các bạn bè từ khắp nơi trên quốc tế.
Bản thân mình cũng như team Việt Nam hy vọng rằng có thể mang những kinh nghiệm, những kiến thức từ cuộc thi về để tạo ra những sản phẩm, những hoạt động có giá trị cống hiến cho cộng đồng.
Đối với chúng mình, truyền cảm hứng là một trong những mục tiêu hàng đầu.
Bọn mình luôn cố gắng tổ chức những buổi dạy về STEM cho những trẻ em miền núi và đồng thời tổ chức những buổi tour để phổ biến về công nghệ đối với những bạn trẻ chưa được tiếp cận.
Bên cạnh đó, chúng mình vẫn thường xuyên tổ chức các cuộc thi như Việt Nam Robotics Challenge, Việt Nam STEAM Challenge nhằm khuyến khích và nuôi dưỡng niềm đam mê trong các bạn trẻ.
Và chúng mình luôn cố gắng bắt đầu từ những điều nhỏ nhất để có thể lan tỏa được tinh thần FIRST này cho tất cả mọi miền trên tổ quốc.
We are
Team Vietnam.
See you later in
Geneva, Sweden.
We truly are going to be seeing them just a moment. I really love that they brought their passion for STEAM, so science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics. It truly is the whole solution. You have to have a balance, and Team Vietnam is an exceptional example of that. They wanted to take their passion for this and bring it to everyone, especially members of their community that might not have as much access to it. It's truly inspiring to see them.
And in addition, even though this match is going to start off in just a few seconds, there's one quote I want to point to, but we're going to get going in 3, 2, 1, go! One of those quotes from Vietnam saying, I want to not just innovate in technology, but innovate myself. Personal growth, frankly, is what this kind of competition is all about. Everyone's bringing their own experience, whether they have experience in STEM or not, robotics or not, their worldly experience from their cultures comes on in, and then they leave this type of competition becoming new and invigorated people ready to breach the world.
Absolutely. And for this match, they are partnered with the Netherlands and Libya on the Blue Alliance versus the Red Alliance composed of the Philippines, Kiribati, and Ukraine. We're getting to a point in the matches where some teams have been on the playing field twice already, but some are only getting their first endeavor into the field. We're going to see as teams Vietnam is actually ejecting carbon out of their robot there. Kiribati, I'm not sure what they're up to, but I'm wondering if it's actually funneling carbon to their compressor.
Right now, all 3 of those robots for the Red Alliance are squaring up to those compressors. It looks like we got a little bit of a traffic jam, but at the same time, you're going to see those balls starting to fly into that middle carbon sink.
Let's check out the shooting mechanism in that robot that we just saw. There is a spiraling component to it. I am assuming a motor of some sort with some prongs off of the side of it, taking from their intake into their shooter. It's really a great mechanism as opposed to like an elevator or something like we're seeing on Team Libya right there with the vertical element. It's a spiral, kind of like a carousel.
And the combinations, again, of all of these tools are as manifold and as unique as the players and the countries themselves that are represented here. Hearing screams from the crowd, I am assuming from the multiple games that we got going on. We're about to approach endgame on this very pitch, Field 5 again.
Something that I'm loving seeing is the difference in drivetrains. All of the teams get the same wheels, the same motors going into the last 30 seconds. You can see this especially as they all traverse differently. Some have standard 6-wheel drive that is like driving a car, but then others have the ability to strafe and move around and glide in different ways.
All right, now we've got one robot as of now making its way up into the air. I believe that is Team Libya. We will see if they can square up and hang. Ukraine is also trying to do the same on the opposite side of that sink. We'll see if they can get there.
71 points of carbon as time expires. Got to see how those multipliers come into play here.
What I love to see as well after each one of the games are those Alliance members shaking hands, high-fiving one another, being excited for one another after that 2 minutes and 30 seconds finishes up. It's quite a mountain that they climb together in that short time.
Check out the launcher as a shooter on Libya right there. And then the next panel was one of the human players also launching carbon into the air. Wow, high-scoring match here.
Tight game, too. Tight game. 18-point spread. Not that much separating these two alliances, but congrats to Libya, Vietnam, and the Netherlands in particular. In the meantime, we're going to take you down to the pits. Let's take it away.
Hi, I'm down here in the pits with the captain from Team Albania. How's it going out there?
It's going very well. We're trying our best and trying to fix everything so the competition goes, the best it can.
Okay, and how's your row-up been performing generally so far?
So far it's been very good. I mean, we've had some difficulties, but our team has been working very hard to, get rid of those difficulties. For example, some of the things were kind of messed up during the traveling process and with the airplane, but we were able to fix those. And we're also able to get new additions to the robot that can help improve our performance overall.
Excellent. And what's going to be your strategy going forward then when you're partnering with other teams?
I think our strategy is just to kind of divide the work amongst everyone so everyone has a chance to kind of show their strengths. And I think we all have very distinct strengths, so us kind of dividing that equally amongst each other kind of, is an optimal way to divide teamwork and just have the best product overall.
Fantastic. Well, good luck out there and enjoy First Global.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing the additions that Team Albania will bring to their robot throughout the rest of this competition. Our next team that we'll be showcasing is Turkey, and though their country's capital of Istanbul is believed to be both in Europe and in Asia, what can't be confused is that this team is a force to be reckoned with, regardless of which continent they'd like to call home.
Hey guys, this is Team Turkey and I'm Elif.
I'm Karin.
I'm Mahmoud.
I am Ayben.
I am Efe.
As of our division of labor, Karin and I make the designs of our robot, we plan the details and then create a 3D model of it.
I make the technical calculations and lead the team through the computational process for the building of the robot.
Efe and I have participated in hackathons and multiple game design projects, and we work together as we tackle the coding of our robot.
We are so excited to be participating in First Global Challenge 2022, and we wish all the teams good luck. Bye.
Bye.
Now we've got about 30 seconds before the next match. Again, in between each of these, we're either going to bring you interviews, we'll go down to the pits, we stay up here, bringing people into the booth. We're learning from everybody. We're also learning about the game more and more as the day evolves.
Absolutely. And seeing what teams are planning on adding to their robots throughout the field of competition, I'm just so excited because everything that we saw with the practice matches, everything that we're about to see as this Carbon descends onto the field, I just want to see what teams are cooking in their pits right now, whether it's a climbing mechanism, a shooter, but we'll see in 3, 2, 1, go! Match number 40.
Match number 40, my goodness. You blink and you get here.
Our Red Alliance is Team Kazakhstan, as we just saw, Mexico and Turkey. Blue Alliance is Team Egypt, Nigeria, and Australia. A lot of time zones in this match.
A lot of time zones, but not a lot of time to maximize those points. You see that view from the bottom of that carbon sink, thankfully getting blocked by those black carbon particles. It means that they are getting stored. We want to store as much carbon as possible, particularly that harmful CO2 gas that we continue to mention.
Now, we've only been around like 40 seconds into the match. You can already see that light on the side of the carbon sink is elevating. We're really getting a lot of carbon into the carbon sink for this match. High flying from the Team Mexico human player, buckets of carbon going in.
We're loving the hats as well from Team Australia, thematic. We're tipping our caps to them as the action unfolds. We're a minute in here so far. Now we're seeing multiple of those particles from that top left corner get hucked into the middle. Now you've got that conveyor working again with that sweeping mechanism you were talking about, trying to get those carbon particles up and into that robot.
Absolutely. What you saw in that robot just now, they have the spinning mechanisms, they have the conveyor belt, but on the bottom part of their intake, they have spokes. For those of you at home, you may not have noticed, but the carbon has holes in them. Teams are actually utilizing different pieces of plastic to pull in. This is crazy.
We might get the bonus here. We'll see.
We've got 90 points of 91 points of carbon
already. We might get there. I think it's 100 we got to get to.
We do need to reach 66% of this sink filled to get that first set of 100 bonus points.
There we go.
Finally,
there we go.
Match number 40, the first time we're getting 100 points of bonus to both alliances. We're in the 200s for the first time today on Carbon alone.
So when you see that score jump again, that's an indication of the cooperation bonus, but now we end with end game, this 30 seconds. They got to get those indicators and then work towards the middle again.
Teams flying to the center of the field, rushing to get as high as possible in the air.
This, I mean, goodness gracious, all 6 of them might get off the ground.
The speed
Team
of
Mexico.
Team Mexico right there.
Wow.
Quick climber.
This could be, without question, the highest scoring game of the day for one team, let alone both.
Time expires. The relief from pure focus and concentration to now, it's over. It's over. What's happening? What are the time, with all the time that you had left, like what are the scores at? Our referees are gonna tell us in just a few moments, but let's take a look at the replay. Human players launching them from all corners of the field. First time, look at that purple light. I've been looking forward to that all day.
I was going to say, we saw those purple lights come out from the DJ booth last night. I was wondering when we were going to see them out here. We finally do. Again, when these final scores ultimately come out, that cooperation bonus is going to be in that final number that we get right now, which looks like 497 to 283. My goodness.
This is the highest scoring match of the day, 497. Everybody watching at home, outstanding.
Congrats to them.
With that match, one thing that I think a lot of our teams have in their back pockets this week is hope. And then it can only encompass so much. It gives us faith in the face of fear, optimism when confronting obstacles, and courage during the times of calamity. When we have all of this in some capacity, the degree to which these Syrian refugees have embodied is a testament to human will and the willingness to give life to the fullest, regardless of your circumstances. Let's meet 2022's Team Hope.
Team Hope represents 71 million refugees around the world. We aim to change the stereotype vision of refugees and find a creative solution to deal with the carbon dioxide problem throughout robotics and STEM.
Team Hope consists of 14 members. We share the same difficulties and challenges. We try to overcome these challenges and deliver our message to the world.
In the world, carbon dioxide is so diffuse. Carbon dioxide can cause many dangerous problems, like expanding of ozone layer. Also, it can cause a large number of deaths due to dangerous diseases and low oxygen. There are many ways to reduce carbon dioxide in the world, such as STEAM education. We can use it to plant trees or replace fuel energy by clean energy. And also we can make several things that can also help, like recycling and buying only seasonal products.
More than 65 million people have been displaced from their homes, like these Syrian refugees that we are about to see, and that's just in the past decade alone, and 80% of our global refugees come from developing nations. An incredible conglomeration of problems that we certainly need to address. Team Hope is going to address the challenge of the next 2 minutes and 30 seconds in their game as we see those carbon particles get dropped onto the field, 240 of them in total. We start in 3, 2, 1, go!
Flying into action on this match, Team Hope representing refugees around the world with that Blue Alliance, and they're partnered with Team North Macedonia and Team Colombia. On the Red Alliance, we have Fiji, Marshall Islands, and Bermuda. You can actually see Marshall Islands ramming into their compressor in the corner.
Team Hope was just in the top right corner as well, providing hope to their alliance without question. Look at how many of those black carbon particles are up there.
Carbon is all over this field, rolling around, evading our teams, but not for very long.
And the openings of those compressors, I'm not going to lie, are not that large. So these robots have to be fairly adept at not just funneling them, but then ultimately disposing of them in those corners.
Absolutely. There's a precision with our drivers on the field right now. You have to be very strategic. You can actually see Marshall Islands lifted up in the air a little bit, popping a little wheelie, just like that.
Yeah, there we go. Seen a lot of different action here on the field. Team Bermuda in the top left, sweeping up as much carbon in that left side of the field as possible. Right now, that's where more of the carbon is distributed. We'll see if that rewards them in the second half of this game.
Human players are taking action on the Blue Alliance, though. They said, we see you with your carbon, and we're going to respond, filling the carbon sink. Seems that in this match, a lot of our teams are utilizing the compressors a lot more, finding that their human players need to get in the action.
Right now, the camera is focusing again on Team Hope. Right now, they are hoping to get some of those carbon particles into that compressor. We'll see what ends up happening in the last 45 seconds. As we zoom out, we see all 6 teams still collaborating again by trying to get as many of those carbon particles into the sink.
Absolutely. You can see that the different team members are all communicating on different things to do as we enter the last 30 seconds. It's officially the end game here on our center field. Our teams are collecting their indicators if they wish to ascend the carbon sink or the platform. Remember, teams have to be fully supported by their level in order to achieve that score multiplier. And if any part of their robot hangs below that level, it's not good. They get the lower points.
It's rounded down, basically.
Correct, yes.
So Team Hope working their way up. We'll see if they can clear that very bar. We'll find out in the next few seconds as our judges make their way onto the field and scout it out. Now, Albert Einstein is one of the world's most famous refugees. I am sure that we have some Einsteins following in his footsteps within the group that is joining us here at the Palexpo Center in Geneva.
We have a couple refs on the field making their assessments, teams waiting anxiously. Taking a look at this replay, check out that conveyor belt. It's got a flap on the top to make sure that when they pull the carbon into their robot, it's not spilling out accidentally.
Because the speed of that belt and whipping it up is actually going to make it fly out like a projectile. It's not something that they want.
Absolutely. Taking a look at our final moments of that match. The lights go down on that center field, meaning that we're getting a score right now.
There we go. Congratulations to that Blue Alliance, which includes Team Hope, again, that team that we just focused on. Eventually, we're going to get down to the field to interview with them. We're looking forward to hearing from them as well with Blair. Let's take it away.
Today? Hey, well, thank you. Yeah, we're very excited. We're very happy. We just won a match, so we're just happy. We're very excited. We were very nervous, but everything went okay.
Is that your second or third match? How many matches have you had?
We have had 2 matches. This was our second match.
Yes, and so you've got 10 more to go, so plenty of time to move up in the rankings. Did you have a team strategy on that during that match?
Yeah, actually, before the match, we talked between the 3 teams, between Team Hope, Team North Macedonia, and us, and we planned to divide like the field in 3 rails, and each one of us will use or be in one of those rails. So we just divided, and everything went okay.
So I saw some pretty active human shooting in there too. So a lot of practice pre-game.
Well, yeah, kind of. Yeah, we kind of practiced the shooting on the practice fields.
Did you have a practice field at home?
Yeah, we had. Yeah, we built one, and we were practicing all the not the throwing, but the climbing part.
Oh, so the suspending from the high bar, the mid bar, the low bar. Can you make it all the way to the highest bar?
Well, we could, but right now we don't have a mechanism to avoid the first bar, like the lowest bar. So we would put in danger like the robot if we try to make it to the tallest bar.
All right, that's great. Yeah, a lot of something to look forward to. Well, good luck in the rest of the competition.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
All right, back to the booth.
Thank you, Blair. I love to see that the teams are taking a calculated but risky approach. You want to be sending it to the highest level, but not at the risk of your own robot. Our next team will be in the following match, but Team Hong Kong, China, is one of the most densely populated nations in our competition. It's also chock full of brilliant change makers who are determined to change the world, regardless of the setting or venue. Let's meet some of these motivated minds.
Fanny, Yubi, and Peony. Hong Kong is a dynamic city. Local Hong Kongers are proud of their region and accomplishments. On top of that, we're proud of being a member of our team and eager to achieve our ultimate goals.
We can't wait for the competition to begin.
I know they said they couldn't wait for competition. We can't wait to watch them take the field once again. This is the time where teams are telling us that they're hitting their second game of the day or potentially even third. We're starting to see some of that experience starting to make its way out there with some of the scores as well. They're jumping. We're starting this game in a few seconds here. You see those carbon particles make their way out. We're going to start it up in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Immediate capturing of carbon from Team Brazil. They're on the red alliance with Team Hong Kong, China, and Team Serbia. On the blue alliance, we have Team Croatia, South Africa, and Syria. Blue alliance, they've had a few matches under their belts. I'm looking forward to seeing what they have changed up since the last time we saw them on center field.
Now, Team Hong Kong already has that arm fully extended, that grappling hook as well. We're going to see if that ends up working its way into the middle of the field for hanging it. Earlier on in the game, again, it could disadvantage the alliance, but it also could just as easily help them.
Human players getting in the action as well. Robots can't have all the fun.
Now, here's the deal. When you say robots don't have all the fun, I couldn't agree more. If you're talking about autonomous robots that are able to actually throw a ball with precision just about every time, the human element of the game, where they're trying to throw those balls in, actually looks quite variable. No one shot from those human players is going to be the same.
Oh, absolutely. And I think with the drive team, too, they can totally attest to even the slightest difference with the way that you hold the controller, depending on how sensitive your controls are, can really make a difference. And I'm sure every single driver at this competition has tuned their controllers to exactly the way they like it. Get the buttons to be programmed to be as intuitive as possible for them. You don't want to leave anything up to chance when you're on the field.
Well, certainly not in the last half of the game, which again is when the pressure starts to mount and build. We're starting to see robots, again in the middle of the field at least right now, corralling still some of those carbon particles. We'll see in the next 30 seconds them go to both of their sides. That's what's starting to happen as we speak, and that's frankly where most of the carbon's distributed at present anyway.
I'm seeing some difference of techniques. We're seeing them in the robots of how the robots are delivering the carbon, but the human players too. Some teams are throwing them over their heads, some teams are doing the underhand lob up. Whatever is most comfortable for the teams, I would imagine. Now, Serbia delivering into their compressor on the red side of the field with their human players saying, all right, into the air we go. With 30 seconds left, hear that train whistle.
I'm highly confident that if you're that person with the controllers and driving these robots, you got people shouting in your ear constantly. That's got to be a mind-numbing experience and something that's quite challenging for those students.
Absolutely. It's also that competition environment of like, everything else doesn't matter except for what's right in front of me. And speaking of that, we've got some robots saying we're leaving everything on the field as they descend into the air. Team Brazil on the middle rung with that red indicator. As you can see, it's necessary for that to count.
I was going to say they did just leave the field in every single way. They elevated themselves accordingly. They look like right now it's the only team that's done so of the 6 groups that we have out here. And those 2 alliances, we're going to see which one came out on top in a few seconds.
Syria having a very heated post-game discussion, discussing what happened during that match, but we also saw some fist bumps. Love to see the camaraderie between the different teams.
I imagine the time to reflect on strategy comes right after these games. It's still a very impressionable time. What has just transpired on the field is still fresh in everyone's mind, so they think about what needs to be changed.
Got to communicate to your pit crew, say, hey, this worked, this didn't work. And also consider, is it a strategy issue? And for the Red Alliance, they had no issues at all with their strategy.
Like
2 storage levels, as well as a storage level 3. That's what made the difference for them in that match for the Red Alliance.
So we've got a couple of other interviews lined up. We're going to take you down to the field as we speak. Blair, let's take it away again.
We are on the field post-match with Team Hong Kong, 2 members. That was an exciting match. How was the competition so far for you?
It's very challenging, but meanwhile, it's very interesting for me because it is the first time for me to join this event, and I just very enjoy this competition so much.
So the competition is one thing. There's a lot going on, but it's not just about the competition on the field. And you get to compete with and against other teams every match. How does that feel?
Because this is my first time to join this competition too, and I very enjoy it, and those guys are very good, and we just play this competition together. Yeah, I love it.
What was the strategy during that match? Did you talk to the other teams and said, what will you do during the match? This is our strength. What is your strength?
My strength is to communicate with other teams because my communication skills is better. A bit better than my teammates. So I do communicate with our alliance teammates a lot and like to maximize our efficiency during the competition.
Okay. And what is your strength?
I love robots, so I make some any machine. Yeah, so that's my main work of it.
All right, congratulations on the win. You've got lots more matches. We're going to send it back to the booth now with Manisha and Tim.
Thank you, Blair. I love hearing the energy. They say there was both their first competition, yet they seem so experienced, knowing each other's strengths, being able to play to those strengths. Everybody brings something to the table, and in Georgia, they know just that. In speaking with many of the competitors and mentors at this competition, we've learned a lot about what inspires these future leaders. One quote so poignant on the matter stems from Team Georgia, who believes that the greatest fortune of all is one's mind.
On the morning of internal tournament day, things didn't go as we planned. At first we thought that the work and effort that we had put in throughout the summer would go to waste. Our perfectly operating robot exhibited major difficulties right before the tournament.
However, we knew one thing perfectly well. We had to win the internal championship, participate in the first global challenge to show our love, passion, and dedication to the STEM fields.
Our team members' passionate, hardworking, never surrendering, risk-taking, and problem-solving characters allowed us to fix every issue of the robot. And what's more to that, here we are now, the representatives of Team Georgia.
On the first global challenge, our team will continue working in a similar manner, acquire more knowledge and experience, and with the combined efforts, solve global problems and make the world a better place.
Cheers from the crowd for Team Georgia. I love that they showcased their lab space and all of the different things that they're working on. You saw the programming, you saw the design process. I'm sure there's a lot of prototyping that went into their robot this year. You want to try things out before you really just get stuck to a design that might not be the best solution for you long term.
Well, and another challenge that Georgia in particular faces that juxtaposed to some other countries might not be as difficult is the fact that the Georgian language itself is really not spoken outside of the country or confines of Georgia. So that could pose a particular challenge for them, but we'll see in the next 2 minutes and 30 seconds as this next game is going to start up. Those carbon particles are out there as we speak, and we're hopeful to get the game going in a few seconds. And we're off.
On our Red Alliance, we have Team Georgia, as we just saw, Denmark and Cambodia joining them. On the Blue Alliance, it's Tonga, Canada, and Niger. All of the robots you can see, a lot of them are congregated on the red side of the field right now, but no matter, carbon's distributed all over the place, and we're just going to see how they take everything into their robot. Look at that. We have Team Georgia in the corner, I believe.
Looks like Team Niger right now is throwing all of those carbon particles into the sink, doing a phenomenal job. Definitely a high yield for them with that strategy. Only 45 seconds in though so far, so a lot can change in the remaining time.
Team Denmark over by their compressor, delivering at least 5 or 6 carbon to their human player, who's now throwing them into the top of the funnel. Taking a look at another robot who's got an intake running while their shooter's going in an attempt to keep the carbon flowing through their robot as opposed to a traffic jam internally.
And those wheels were spinning incredibly quickly, much like the wheels up top, and their brains, I'm sure, are spinning as well. It's constant action out here. Right now, you're looking at Tonga. You gotta love on the side when all of these teams as well put their own little flair on each of their robots, including their team's names or even naming their robots in some cases.
Georgia flying high into the air. We're taking a look at another robot. I believe it's Niger delivering to their human player who's sending that into the funnel at the top of the carbon sink. We're slowly building our levels of carbon collected between these 6 robots in the field right now.
Now, we've seen Denmark in that bottom left corner for a considerable time. They have ushered quite a few carbon particles into that corner, but they still haven't made their way into the compressor. Those human players are not allowed to grab them until they are actually in that vessel.
Absolutely great point. As we near the next 30 seconds, we're seeing some of the colored carbon, the indicators, either red or blue, making their way into their robots, delivering in order to get to the center of the field. Team Kazakhstan, I just saw their human player deliver it as they rushed over. We've got Team Canada as well, making an attempt to ascend to the middle bar level. Georgia and Kazakhstan joining then.
I was going to say, I believe I just saw Tonga sprint away to its corner, probably to get its indicator. We don't know yet. We'll find out if we get that zoomed out camera, if it's made its way back onto the middle of the field.
Very important clarification there to make as time expires. If you ascend to any of the bars, high, middle, low, or even want to have your platform to be considered supported, you have to have that indicator in.
And again, those human players can only place those indicators in their robots during endgame past that white sideline that you see on both ends of the pitch itself.
Teams anxiously awaiting those scores there. You can see the carbon distributed very different for every single match. You never know where it's going to end up, and it's about that reaction time of seeing where you're going, and then human players also reacting once the carbon's delivered to them, tossing it into the top, the extreme focus in this replay right now. Teams looking to position themselves absolutely perfectly as we get our score, and it is a tie
game.
Our first tie of the qualification matches here at First Global in Geneva. 60 carbon points, matching levels and storage. Down to it. Wow.
Again, we're all winners here, so congrats to those 6 countries in particular. Right now, we are going to take it down to the pits.
Hi, I'm down here by the pits by the practice field with Elnur from Team Kazakhstan. How's it going, Elnur?
It is going all right, since we just set a highest score right now with Team Mexico and Turkey.
Wow, congratulations! I didn't realize. So what are you here practicing at the practice field?
So currently we're preparing with our teammates from Costa Rica for the next match.
Wow, okay, and are you guys like working together with your robots, or what are you working on the field?
So right now we're just testing our strategy to see if it works.
Excellent. And how does the practice field work for someone who's not here at the event right now?
So basically you have 2 practice fields, and if you need to test something, you just come and test it. If other team is like taking the hangs and you can't hang, you just come to them and say, please, can I use it? And they will politely give it to you.
Excellent. Well, clearly strategy is working, so keep practicing, and hopefully we'll see some of that out on the real field.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thank you. As we're seeing our teams immediately going back to the practice field to tweak after a high-scoring match that ended up in a tie, we're noticing a little bit of a difference. And I want to bring some attention to the way that scoring is for this year's challenge. You can have 2 teams in level 1, but then have another alliance have a team in level 1 and level 2, and that makes the difference. Those multipliers stack, and it can make or break a match for a lot of teams, or end up in a tie, as we just saw, which is incredible.
And I believe it's even the sum of that teams or that alliance's multipliers together that factors into that final score. So in reality, the game has grown over time. We've seen a lot of different ways in which it's played out, including that cooperation bonus at the very end. That seems like almost the perfect way to almost end this first part of the day.
Yeah, match number 40 with our high score of the day at 497. I look forward to seeing the rest of our qualification matches this evening.
So
break that record.
I was going to say, in the meantime, we're going to be taking a short break, but stay tuned. We'll be back at 4:40 p.m. Central European time, and we'll be back on the action. Join us then.
We'll see you soon.
passion to exist.
Engines running. 3, 2, 1.
This is NFL star Derrick Henry, accidentally tagging Titans pans instead of his loyal fans, which has Maya's business trending. Good thing Titans Pans uses FedEx to help prepare for unexpected demand, because you never know what's next.
At Lam Research, we challenge assumptions, defy conventions, and push the boundaries of the semiconductor industry. And we're just getting started. Because as technology gets smaller, we think bigger. We achieve unprecedented collaboration through open communication. We know breakthrough isn't a product. It's a process driven by precision. We don't just speak of the future, we ensure it. It takes recognizing that the right inputs lead to significant outcomes, then delivering time and time again. It means that when we say a smaller, faster, smarter world can exist, consider it proven.
Tomorrow's industries call for next-generation automation today. We will help you make it better so you can make it for life.
And we are back. You can hear those cheers from the crowd. We had to take a little bit of a break to step away. That includes us here in the booth. Quite a bit of action that we have seen thus far with the games in the first half of the day. We're about to see that second half of today, and Team USA is going to be one of those competing as well.
So much about growing, be it as a person or as a scientist. It's predicated on expanding one's horizons and pushing your comfort zones. Team United States of America has done just that, and they have much to look forward to here at First Global Challenge.
Hi, I'm Anthony. I'm a member of First Tech Challenge Team 8565 TechnicBots, and we will be representing the United States at the First Global Challenge this year. What I love about being on this team and participating in First is having access to so many opportunities to grow and learn.
To me, STEM is the future. Helping team members to solve real-world problems is very rewarding. With STEM, you can do anything.
Through our team's outreach efforts, I was able to meet the Himalayan English School in Uttarakhand, India, and teach the kids online. And it was a really touching experience. I was able to show them a future in STEM that had inspired me and would hopefully inspire them as well.
To me, cooperation means working hard to innovate and striving to help everyone improve.
I'm so excited that our team has the opportunity to represent the United States in the First Global Challenge this year. I know that I'll be able to learn so many things and enjoy a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
I don't want future generations to be on a ruined planet, which is why carbon capture is so important to not just me, but everyone.
I hope that my experience at First Global this October will allow me to better understand the problems our world faces and how I can use STEM, cooperation, and gracious professionalism to solve them.
Amazing story from Team USA. They were actually inducted into the first Hall of Fame this year as they were the 2022 Inspire Award winners for the First Tech Challenge. Amazing success this year for Team USA.
Bringing that experience, those lauded accomplishments into the fray of this competition behind us. Again, the First Global Challenge, which is, a different competition, different style, different game elements, but we'll see again how versatile Team USA in particular can be in their upcoming match. We're going to be excited to watch them play with these 5 other teams in a couple of seconds, and they're going to be squaring up with Brunei Darussalam, Zambia, and against Bosnia, Herzegovina, Belarus, and Pakistan. So again, these alliances shaken up every single time they're competing.
Absolutely, and I think something that we can bring to the table is that this Team USA was also Team USA for First Global Challenge 2021. So I'm wondering, what expertise do they have to bring to the table, since last year we were virtual and this year we're fully back in person?
Completely different kind of dynamic. Again, it's putting everybody on their toes now that we're kind of in person and rectifying the experience of being remote for that long. It does feel like a very tangible, concrete value that we're bringing to the table here. They're going to make their way onto that field 5 in a second. Again, we've got 5 of them going almost simultaneously, running around these judges and volunteers are today, and people are appreciative. They're also ready to rock for this second half of the day. We've got about 10 seconds before this game unfolds.
Shall we kick it off, Tim? Balls are descending into the field in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock and counting down on our center field here.
I was going to say, a lot of those carbon particles in the top center part of the field right now. It looks like next to Team Pakistan and Zambia. We'll see if they can square up and corral as many of them as possible. Top right corner, you're seeing, again, those particles get into that compressor. It's got to go through that small little opening. It's actually barricaded on both sides that are adjacent, so you see a lot of those balls getting pinned, frankly, in a place where they're not actually able to go to those human players. It's tough.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of precision and also visibility. You got to think about the positioning of where our teams are around the field. If they are coming at the compressor head on, their drive team might not even be able to see the fact that they're not quite aligned right.
In terms of alignment, everyone's trying to get themselves recalibrated for the second half of the match that we've got. Again, it looks like Pakistan, top center of the screen. Right now, we're following a team without a flag. Hopefully, we'll come back to you on them. And as we zoom out, again, the focus, the deliberate way in which they're trying to go about this game and match, it changes from game to game, but again, that focus does not.
Absolutely. So something that we were seeing from teams, some of their conveyors to pull carbon through their intake at the bottom of their robot up, some of them on the outside of the robot, but we just saw in that previous shot, it was inside the robot. So we've got speaking of inside, there's some more mechanisms coming into the fray of early climbs looking for the high bar.
I was going to say, with that high bar challenge, when they extend that top arm to get all the way up there, the balance obviously is going to be shaken up a bit. They got to get up that incline as well on that basin. I mean, it doesn't look like it's that extreme, but when you're that top heavy, it can provide a lot of challenges, I'm sure.
Absolutely, especially with the low bar right in the way. As we heard from one of our teams earlier, going for that high bar often has its own challenges aside from the height alone. You don't want to, impale your own robot on the lower bar. And you can see Team USA is doing just that, using that low bar for leverage in order to ascend further up. They got a winch mechanism with a claw.
I'm telling you, as the day has progressed, it's gotten louder and louder in this arena. We expect that to continue to be the case, even as this match closes up.
Incredible. We've got a robot sandwich type of thing going on, stacked on top of each other. We'll have to see the refs score that one.
Talk about putting the team on your back, huh?
Yeah.
Just coming back from this break, it was a little bit more extended time for these teams to talk to one another, probably these alliances to prepare for this first round of the second half of the day.
I'm hoping they also had some time to, eat and take a break, because it's long days of competition for those of you at home. Oftentimes in the heat of the competition, you forget to take care of yourself, and that's why we have some awesome mentors joining all of our teammates. A lot of them are First Global alumni and know what it's like to be in this competition as a driver, as a builder, and wow, we have an insanely close match here. Check this out. Red Alliance taking home the win, 106-94.
106-94, a tight game to start the second half of the day. Realistically, we're going to see a lot of tight matches over time, and it's because as these teams get to learning the game and themselves just a little bit more, I would think that everyone's going to streamline their own process in approaching the game of play, especially in the first few seconds of play.
Absolutely. It's truly a testament to timing is everything. Mm-hmm. But just because you want to pre-plan everything doesn't mean it's always going to go out that way,
Yeah, and realistically, people have to be versatile and think on the fly when things are going to break, when the game plan doesn't work as pre-prescribed. That could probably fluster quite a few people, myself included up here in the booth, and yet these kids are incredibly resilient, again, focused, adaptable, like we are as our next interviewee comes into the fray. So joining us in the booth now, thank you for joining us, is Jungwon Han. We appreciate you being here with us. This is one of our students competing on the Team Republic of Korea. So how has your participation in the 2022 First Global Challenge this year been an impact on you personally?
Personally, I learned more about the topic this year, carbon capture, and the impact of carbon emission in the world. And also, I got to know my teammates. They're like amazing group of people. I love them all. And I also, sorry, I didn't know that I'm being broadcasted. Okay. And
trust me, you're doing a great job.
Thank you. And I love meeting all people from different countries. I'm enjoying this competition a lot.
Have you made new friendships, I would think, through all of that meeting of people? And if so, what particular teams or countries are they?
I just met a girl from Finland. I'd never been to Europe before, so I had a little European countries, a friend from European countries. But actually, it was so interesting to meet people from a new country that I never visited.
What would you say your biggest challenge has been thus far, whether this season or even just this week?
The challenge is a jet lag, I would say. I just came here yesterday. I'm so sleepy.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Wow, talk about a real challenge.
Mm-hmm. And other challenge would be the challenges that I faced during the match, like the problem with the robots and all the plans being messed up. So that's a little challenge. Yeah, I think that's it. I'm having a great time here.
Well, you had a quick turnaround last night. You're going to have a quick turnaround before your next match, and I know you got to get prepared for it. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
In the meantime, these next 10 students from Sudan attend their gifted and talented school. They no doubt have shared their talents in the field of competition here as well as sharing their story with the world. Let's take a look at the gift of that very story.
تمكين الشباب في مجالات ستيم بتضمن لنا مستقبل باهر لبلداننا لأنها الأساس اللي بتتكز عليه باقي المجالات والأكثر رغبة في سوق العمل.
نحتوي السودان على مصادر كثيرة لانبعاثات الكربون والتحدي حيتيح لنا فرصة إنه نكتشف اختراعات حنقلل منها انبعاثات الكربون وخصوصا إن السودان دولة زراعية فبتتأثر بالكربون.
أول تحدي بواجهنا إنه نحن إلى الآن ما استلمنا الكتب الجديدة ونحن شغالين بالكتب القديمة. التحدي الثاني إنه إحنا ما لقينا رعاة رسميين يكتبوا حيادة الفريق.
من 2022 كان يحتوي على طلاب من أسبق الطلاب أنا لقيت في حياتي خصوصا في مجال الميكانيكا والكهرباء والإلكترونيات.
It's a lot of fun getting to learn about each of these individuals, not just those that we bring in the booth, but in addition, the teams that we have in each of these videos. We're going to watch them compete in just a few seconds as those carbon particles get released onto the field of play, 240 of them in total. And we start in 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Two minutes and 30 seconds counting down right now. All of our teams are scrambling across the field of play.
I was going to say, Team Venezuela's already got like 20 of them in their basin.
They've got an exceptional intake mechanism. It's just like a plow, but it plows inside of their robot because they've got a spinner as well to collect the balls, shuffling them in as opposed to, scattering them outside the confines of their robots. And we have a few other teams on that as well. Madagascar doing the same thing on the blue side of the field. Portugal joining them in that corner as well, trying to capture as many of those carbon as possible, feeding them to the human players. Take a look at that. Talking about what we were saying earlier with the small opening, but perfect execution from Team Portugal and their human players saying, thank you, sending it into the funnel.
Merci. And as this game continues earlier on in this cast, and just right now we saw one of those balls fly off of the very field itself. Even though we start with 240, we don't necessarily end with that many. It's a very interactive atmosphere, very interactive game, but the components that are flying around, we also have to keep an eye out for.
Absolutely. We can see on the red side, there's some teams that are just ensuring that I need this carbon to go into this compressor, making sure that their robot funneling it accurately. Precision from that human player.
Gotta love that camera angle. It shows just how far they gotta huck each one of those carbon particles. Not an easy challenge, and it looks like it's about like 10 feet further in the air than the platform itself. So again, that's already a challenge in and of itself.
Yeah, you got height and distance, so like little Pythagorean action right there.
Booyah.
We're taking a look at Team Madagascar and Team Venezuela, as well as the human player of Team Portugal on the Blue Alliance. Over on the red side, we have Team Sudan, New Zealand, and Grenada. Right now, we're at 38 points of carbon as we enter the last 30 seconds. You heard the train whistle. Robots are going to start ascending into the air. A couple teams raising claws. Team Venezuela has some double arm action. See, like there's two prongs. So some teams have the single prong approach with an elevator, whereas it looks like there's a team with both a rope and that actually looks to be like Team Madagascar. They had an elevator, but then also a rope with a winch as we have 3, 2, 1, time expiring on our center field.
Now, I would believe with both of those mechanisms that you're talking about, it would mean that they're probably going to be even more secure when they raise themselves up on that bar.
Correct. What I was noticing is that your elevator was the primary hook in which you're trying to get the bar, and then you have a stabilizing aspect from the piece that has the rope with the winch. So extra secure. There's no chance of it just falling off if the, I love
and there's
that
one
action
of our
with
judges, Simon. We love that guy.
I love the precision coming in. And this is also something cool to note. We just saw in that video, they had a wheel with different spokes versus more of a cylindrical approach to the intake. And that definitely served our Blue Alliance well. 40 points of carbon total with 2 storage level 1s on either alliance, but it's, again, that storage level 3 versus storage level 2. It can make or break a match here. And it's something that's changing from match to match. And speaking of change, as a part of leading the way in creating positive change, Team Belize has connected with the leaders of their home country each year to demonstrate the innovative talents of Belize's students. Let's take a look at their journey.
Belize, a nation known for its exquisite nature and marine ecosystem, is where we begin to sprout. As a group of youth who are passionate about the impact we can achieve, we are inspired to influence not only within our community, but also in our world. Together with the rest of the world, we can celebrate our diversity in traditions, practices, foods, clothing, music, and so much more.
To me, STEM is a great opportunity to teach young and bright minds today about what the future can and will be.
STEM can impact the world by offering opportunities for others to innovate and shape their community.
Carbon capture is important because global warming is a world problem. It's something that we need to solve together.
A piece of advice I would give to future First Global participants is to never give up, have fun, and learn from your mistakes.
The impression that we want to leave as Team Belize is that although we are a small country, we are still dedicated to making a huge impact.
Now, the far-reaching empowerment that STEM and education can provide to people around the world is limitless. Science, technology, engineering, and math give us mere mortals the capacity to create change that far outlasts us. As access to these fields also increases to the similarly far-reaching corners of the globe, STEM creates pathways for innovation and problem-solving that make our complete world a better place for us all.
The future may seem formidable.
Each day, a new challenge to overcome.
But no obstacle is truly invincible.
When we work together
as one.
Algunas personas solo ven problemas.
Pero nosotros vemos incontables oportunidades.
Bởi vì chúng tôi có công cụ để giải quyết chúng.
و جوامع ما بهتر است.
We may be young,
but our paths are clear.
IT specialist.
Teacher.
Ingeniero.
Se trata de algo más que una carrera.
STEM es un estilo de vida.
Both big and small.
所以，不管我们的背景和教养如何
We are empowered to play our part.
In improving life for all.
Podemos resolver los desafíos de nuestra propia generación.
Ensure water purification.
Enhance energy creation.
تسهيل الحفاظ على المحيطات.
Revolucionar a educação.
Develop sustainable urbanization.
Nature conservation. Further transportation.
And many other innovations.
And in the process, transform the lives and well-being
of people from all nations.
It all starts
with me.
With me, Sahakin.
With me.
With me.
Y contigo.
The power of STEM is truly powerful, and all of our students are absolutely harnessing it. The carbon is now dropping on our center field. Let's see some of our teams in action in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Crowd's going wild as we're entering match number 58. On our Red Alliance, we have Team Colombia, Team Belize, and Team Iran. Our Blue Alliance is represented by Team Kiribati, Cuba, and Ethiopia. Everyone's jumping into action, collecting balls. You can already see a few of them hurtling them over to their respective sides of the field.
And definitely living by the moniker in that previous video on the power of STEM, talking about how some people only see problems. I'm telling you, these 6 teams only see solutions, I am sure, especially as they're approaching only 2 minutes of play. Now, right now, you're seeing that human element get into the works. Quite a few of those carbon particles getting hucked through the air and into that central sink. We then have that shoveling mechanism with, it looks like a cyclical moving plank. In fact, it's almost a wall or a barrier that's pushing those carbon particles through the compressor.
That was Team Cuba, and their intake mechanism kind of reminds me of like a trap door.
Yeah.
You trap your carbon into your robot and then flip the switch, or the rotor in this case, to push it back out into that compressor in their corner. We have, I believe, Team Belize in the corner with at their respective compressor on the red side of the field, delivering carbon to their human player. Now collecting it. I wonder if they're going to go back and forth or if they're going to shoot some like their teammates, Team Iran.
Now, one thing as well that we haven't talked about as significantly are the mentors of each of these teams. One of them is Mrs. Jamie. We love her so much. She works with Team Belize. We met up with her a few days ago. Someone who's been involved with this team and with First Global Challenge for many, many years. It's definitely playing out with the experience as this game unfolds.
We have just over 40 seconds left in this match, and you can see the teams, they're spinning their wheels just like those gears in their head, like you said earlier. And they're coming up with creative solutions because, as you can see, in this match, carbon in the carbon sink is a lot higher than we've seen recently, and they're running out of carbon on the field. But with less than 30 seconds, I think some of the teams are saying like, all right, we're done with the carbon for now. Yeah. We gotta go. We gotta ascend into the air. We're seeing that with Team Belize, ascending that middle bar with an indicator in their robot. As you can see the red ball right there. All of our teams seem to have an indicator at the top of their robot, which means should they get in the air, those will count.
I was going to say, it looks like Team Iran is going to be blocked from getting to raise themselves up by that low bar as well, even though that arm extension was getting up to the highest one.
Yes, but since teams, if they can't get on the bars, as long as they're on the platform, they still have an opportunity at points there. It's just we'll have to see how the math works out for this next one. Remember, there are different increment multipliers based on which level you ascend to, whether it's the platform, the low bar, the middle bar, or ultimately the high bar.
Now again,
oh, check that out.
And then a hook that comes and latches at the very end.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. And that worked out for Team Belize and their partners, Colombia and Iran. 70 carbon points in the center, but it's that 2 robots in storage level 1 that really made the difference.
It's quite tight in terms of that game. We're going to be bringing it down, I believe, to the field in a few seconds, hopefully to talk to some of those teams as the noise dissipates. Everyone's pretty excited. Let's take it down to the field.
Field with one of the winners from the Red Alliance, Team Belize. How did that win feel?
That felt really great because we worked really hard on our robot and everything worked out as it should. We talked with our alliance and we all worked as a team, and it was really great to come out with a win.
So what was the strategy going into that match?
So the strategy, at first we had to decide this position. We would go to the left, Iran would go in the middle, Colombia to the right. We also decided on who would go for the bar.
And you went for the middle. You were suspended there. Can you go for the high bar?
We can go for the high bar, but going for the middle bar is a sure shot. So we would like to make sure it goes perfect every time.
So it's a little riskier to go for the high bar, but maybe by the end of the competition you'll get there.
Yeah.
All right, well, good luck in the competition. Nice job on the win. And now back to the booth.
Sun comes this team who's more than ready to rise to the occasion. Let's meet the team from Japan.
ステームは社会をより良くする力を持っていると思います。そして私も社会をより良くする力をつけていきたいと思っています。
今年はオンラインではなく スイスのジュネーブで開催できることがとても嬉しいです。180以上の国から同世代が集まり、同じ時間を過ごし、同じ課題に向かって考え、協力できることがとても楽しみです。
日本の二酸化炭素排出量は世界で第5位となっており、我々が、これから日本で生活していく中で二酸化炭素排出量をいかに、減少させていくか、このことについて議論・検討していくことが必要不可欠となっています。
同世代の世界中の人々と交流し、技術を競い合った今回の経験を自分たちだけのものとせず、世界中の人々に伝えていければと思います。
What I love about that video, and even before we get down to the field in the next game, are the two words that they put together, which was compete together. Oftentimes, you don't see those two intermingled and related. We're looking forward to seeing these 6 teams compete together. Again, one of the fundamental components that makes the first Global Challenge unique. We're going to start this game up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Speaking of competing together, this challenge is truly a facilitator of that mentality, because all 6 robots on the field are working together to fill this carbon sink and fight the climate change we're seeing on our field right now. On our Red Alliance, we have Nepal, Kazakhstan, and Costa Rica versus the Blue Alliance, Marshall Islands, Japan, and Namibia. But honestly, up until the last 30 seconds of this match, all 6 teams are one alliance together, which is, I think, brilliant.
Now, Japan, we just focused on them. They are actually formed by 4 members from an FRC team 8853. So again, you're seeing some experience in other parts of First as they make their way into First Global. Again, a very independent experience that we've got here. Even points at the bottom. That's going to indicate, once again, that central carbon sink. As every centimeter climbs in that center sink, that's what's going to indicate those points at the very bottom. That's why they're currently even. But end game in that last 30 is when these teams start separating themselves.
Taking a look at Team Costa Rica, ramming into the compressor, trying to make sure that all of the carbon they were delivering actually made it in. Got a little bit of traffic around the blue side of the field. Everyone's rushing to get whatever carbon is left. Our carbon sink is filling up rather quickly in this match with almost a minute left.
Now, in terms of this last minute, we're seeing a lot of action unfold here. We see mostly those robots occupying the corners instead of the middle of the field. That looks like right now where most of the carbon is. Honestly, it looks like a fairly scant field. I think most of those carbon particles made their way into the compressors already. You see it right now in the foreground in one of those robots on that Blue Alliance.
I'm wondering, as we enter the last 30 seconds of this match, are teams going to deliver their carbon and then ascend their center, or are they going to continue shooting carbon? We have yet to see teams actually keep shooting carbon until the end of the match, but maybe it's just not the right strategy. I think these teams are thinking of everything as they now enter the end game, ascending. You can see Team Kazakhstan on the high bar with that indicator in their intake and a really heavy mechanism up at the top. I bet you that's a counterbalance for them to stay on the bar.
Not an easy task, certainly, especially when you get these robots swinging back and forth, which we have seen on a few occasions today.
Costa Rica in those last 3 seconds making their climb up to the top.
You see those hands raised in triumph as a result, and understandably so. We'll see how the scores pan out.
Taking the replay. Before the start of the match, you gotta have your hands up, show the refs, hey, I'm not touching the controls until you tell me to. Pure focus, ice in the veins, honestly.
Cool, calm, and collected. Those are just a few of the adjectives that could be used to describe all of these wonderful athletes coming from around the world.
I want to talk about that shooter real quick. They have 2 flywheels going in opposite directions in order to really just huck all of the chart. Yeah, it's all different ways to approach this problem. Like, you have the speed to factor in, you have the trajectory to factor in, but all of these teams have their own different ways that work best for them and for drivers.
And even some of those other robots that we've seen running over those carbon particles, again, using even the friction of the floor to be able to corral them in. There are a lot of different forces at play here. And the Red Alliance was a tour de force in that game, winning 246 to 123. Congrats to them.
Absolutely incredible work. You got 2 climbs in the storage level 1 for the Blue Alliance, but the distribution across the other one is what really sent it for the Red Alliance. We're actually going to take it to Melissa in the pits. Melissa, who are we talking to now?
Hi, I'm down here in the pits with Team Mexico. How are you guys doing it here at First Global?
Everything's been great. We're really excited to be here.
Awesome. I heard you guys have the highest score so far today. How's that going?
Well, it's kind of crazy to think about it because, I mean, we always reach for try and reach for success, but like to see it physically after all these months of work, it's really like coming all together, and it's really satisfying and crazy to think about it.
Fantastic. And what's been your strategy? Like, what's special about your robot this year?
Well, we try to keep it simple. It's like our philosophy, KISS, because if you have less systems, you have less mistakes. So we don't have a shooter. Our human player, when we decided this strategy about a month ago, we decided that our human player was going to start to practice like in that point, so he would be like as best as he could be. So we have our human player that scores a lot, and we try and make like always a high bar. That's like our goal. So our mechanics team focused on reaching all the balls and gathering together for our human player and having the best climber we could.
Excellent. And what's going to be your strategy going forward as you're proceeding through the competition?
Well, we have to keep calm because it's been working as it is. So we just have to like learn to adapt, but not try to change everything we've done. Obviously, it's exciting, but we also have to settle down and know like our limits without limiting ourselves. We just have to stay in the line in which we're pushing ourselves without exhausting ourselves.
Excellent. Well, keep it up. You guys are doing great, and keep excited to see how you perform at First Global.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm not going to lie, I'm trying myself not to be exhausted watching all the action down there. I love the advice of trying to keep calm. It's got to be a tough challenge, and honestly, an enormous one to rise to, particularly when you only get 2.5 minutes to compete in each of these games. You only get a few a day in order to maximize the amount of points that you're getting before the playoffs begin, which we haven't even talked about yet. That's going to be happening again over the next 3 days of competition here. We're going to have our next field ready to go in about 15 seconds. And again, we're just happy to have everybody back in person. It's been so darn long. And that tangible concrete experience is something you can't replicate. And we can't replicate each game. Here comes a unique one as those carbon particles are on the field. We start in 3, 2, 1. Let's do it. And right now on that Red Alliance, we've got Vanuatu, Panama, and Sri Lanka competing against what looks like Bolivia, Antigua and Barbuda, and Team India.
Team India has a really incredible story this year. All of their members are from underprivileged areas of their urban parts of the city, and they're all the first people in their family to get a passport, to ever leave the country, and now they're doing it on one of the biggest stages for competition in the world. I'm excited to see how they do.
Talk about jumping headfirst into a challenge, understanding that you don't necessarily need to be daunted by what is the unknown, right? Instead of just leaning right into it. So I'm hopeful they get something out of this experience. I know we are at home watching them compete.
Team Sri Lanka's human player tossing it into the top of our carbon sink, joined by one of the members of the Blue Alliance as well. As I believe it's Team Bolivia. So you're seeing a lot of interaction between human and computers, and it's kind of a nice story to tell about our world right now. You know, we talk about finding all of these solutions with STEM, but in reality, a lot of those solutions are going to need to involve a harmony between humanity and technology.
And that synchronization is something that's been hard fought, hard earned, and really only garnered through this type of competition, this very work where we're bringing people from all across the globe on this same stage. 1 minute left in this particular game. Again, end game starting at that 30-second mark. Most of those carbon particles have gotten into that sink at present, but we've only seen the cooperation bonus come out once today, and I believe that's on all fields. Right now, that blue indicator hopefully getting grabbed by that Blue Alliance to start raising that robot. We'll see.
Oh, check that out. They're coming in from a top-down approach and grabbing it from the top. and then carrying it around. That looks like Team India, actually. Something I want to point out about this center field carbon sink. Look at that light on the side of the carbon sink. It's above the low bar, which means we're getting closer and closer to that middle bar, which could mean a cooperation bonus with the amount of carbon that's flying into this. We're getting so close. I'm curious to see what happens.
I love the fact that Team India's mechanism to actually grab that indicator almost used tension in those rubber bands in order to corral that ball in. Talk about, again, using forces at work.
And they made it to the high bar, joined by Sri Lanka on the middle bar, and it looks like Bolivia trying to make it on the middle bar as well. There's a third robot that I can't quite see on the low bar. This is going to be a crazy tally.
And just like the beginning of the match, at the end, we got the hands up in the air. Nothing more that any of these kids can do as those judges tabulate these scores while we get the instant replay rolling.
I really think this is going to be another high-scoring match. Check out Team Bolivia right now. It looks like they have the intake on one side and the output on the other side, which is phenomenal, because if there's carbon around them, they could continuously just feed into their compressor. I didn't even see that.
The fact that we've got all these robots somersaulting, it's happened even earlier today. We've had that platform provide challenges too, but right now it looks like that Blue Alliance comes out on top.
Congratulations to Team Bolivia, Team Antigua and Barbuda, and Team India for an awesome job well done. Speaking of some of the greatest people in our world, with technology and humanity, a little bit of the arts as well, Leonardo da Vinci sits in the annals of history as one of mankind's greatest thinkers. But this team from Italy is earnest to make their own history here in Geneva.
Ok ragazzi, abbiamo finito di dipingere qua per oggi, andiamo!
Oddio, Leonardo!
Oh, chi sei?
Ciao, sono Laura, ho una grande passione per la tecnologia come te e vorrei chiedervi aiuto per costruire una macchina.
Ah, costruire una macchina molto interessante. Cosa mi dite ragazzi, andiamo?
Sì, andiamo!
Leonardo, voi non lo sapete, ma nel futuro ci saranno dei problemi con l'inquinamento.
Ah, sì?
E quindi dovremo trasformare questa macchina per catturare il carbonio.
Guardate questa strana macchina che dobbiamo trasformare.
Ciao, sono Simone, ho 14 anni e sono uno dei programmatori della squadra. Sono molto entusiasta di partecipare alla First Global perché potrò incontrare persone di paesi e culture diverse.
Ciao, sono Laura, ho 14 anni e sono molto contenta di partecipare alla First Global Challenge.
Ciao, sono Matteo, ho 14 anni e sono uno dei programmatori della squadra. Per me la cooperazione significa riuscire a raggiungere obiettivi e risolvere problemi in squadra.
Ciao, sono Matteo, ho 16 anni e sono appassionato di meccanica e robotica fin quando ero piccolo. Se vincessi il premio Nobel ringrazierei i miei genitori, i miei amici e soprattutto la mia squadra.
Sono Matteo, ho 15 anni e non vedo di partecipare a questa First Global.
Another team that's going to be competing in this upcoming game is Finland. So science is synonymous with failure, and it's as imminent as it is necessary in order to attain success. Our next team knows this all too well, given those lessons are learned at even the earliest stages in Finland, where October 13th marks the National Day of Failure. Let's take a look.
Suomen tämänvuotinen joukkue koostuu 5 henkilöstä. 2 heistä opiskelee Ressun lukiossa ja 3 Otaniemen lukiossa. Meitä kiinnostaa erityisesti robotiikka, mutta myös tieteet ja kielet.
Tällä hetkellä me työstetään monia eri robotin samaan aikaan, ja tässä on esimerkiksi hiilipallojen keräin, jolla ne pallot sitten saadaan robottiin sisään.
Olin kesällä robotiikan kurssilla ja siellä mainostettiin kilpailua. Olen aina ollut kiinnostunut robotiikasta ja halusin siksi mukaan kilpailuun. Lisäksi kilpailu tarjoaa hyvän mahdollisuuden tutustua kansainvälisesti monenlaisiin ihmisiin.
Me ollaan kasvettu maailmassa, jossa tieteen läpimurrot on ollut osa arkea. STEM on meille tärkeää, koska me ollaan koettu sen laaja vaikutus ja halutaan olla osa tätä vaikutusta tulevaisuudessa.
Tämän vuoden teema on meille ja kaikille suomalaisille tärkeä, sillä me suomalaiset arvostamme luontoa. Siksi myös Suomi on yksi maailmanlaajuisesti johtavista maista ilmastonmuutoksen torjumisessa.
I love the showcasing that we just had from both of those teams. they just have like fun with everything that they're doing, and I think that's amazing. We're actually going to see one team versus the other. Well, of course they're working together at first, but as Carbon enters the field, we're going to get ready to go on our center field in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! On our Blue Alliance, we have Team Serbia, Italy, and Brunei Darussalam, as well as on the Red Alliance, we have Team Slovenia, Mali, and Finland.
Now, Slovenia we haven't talked about as much, but an interesting little fact about them and their team is that their mascot was chosen quite randomly after the crowd in Dubai loved one of their members' random plush toys. So think about how that gets created.
I love that. They're a team of the people, you might say.
There you go. Fan favorites, maybe.
We have a steady robot on the field, but luckily someone from Rev is helping out, getting these teams back on their feet, or on their wheels, as we should say.
Well played, well played.
Connectivity issues aside, other robots on the field are making their way around, trying to find out where all this Carbon went.
So Manisha, when you talk about connectivity issues, for those at home who, like me, are neophytes when it comes to robotics, obviously you've got a lot of electromagnetic waves that are working to try to communicate between controller and the actual robot, but why do these connection issues happen?
So a lot of times what can happen, and it's the wiring on the inside of the robot with certain levels of jostling. If things aren't secure enough, wires can just pop out, and then all of a sudden, oh my gosh, my intake's not working, or your drivetrain's not working. It's not necessarily an issue with like hacking into your robot, it's more so just the hard wiring's not working as well, especially since there were a lot of developments made for the control system this year to ensure that the connectivity of the driver hub, so your controller to your robot, was actually more robust than ever for our first global teams this year.
Well, and speaking of developments, we just saw that red indicator come up the top of that sink that we have in the middle of the field, now making its way over, hopefully into that compression bin, but it doesn't look like it's going to make it there.
That is definitely the tricky thing about the field this year. With the way that the corners are around the compressors, Carbon can actually get trapped. And if your team's intake doesn't quite reach into that corner, it's Carbon lost. But nothing's more exciting than the end of match for me personally. I don't know about you, Tim.
The enthusiasm is electric in here. Again, only getting louder as the day progresses. With this 10 seconds remaining, we're biting our own fingernails up here in the booth. It's not just happening down there on the field itself. Quick indicator toss, it looks like, from Slovenia. We'll see if they can get on at least the platform in that last 3 seconds. Looks like they're going to make it.
Wow.
Good
what
for
an
them.
Eventful 3 seconds there. It all comes down to the wire for this year's Carbon Capture game. Everything is equalized up until the last 30 seconds, and then it's red versus blue. Goes to show that, you know, while we're working together as a whole global community, we can also have a little fun, a little head-to-head action.
Yeah, why not, right? It's a sprint to the finish. It's a sprint, frankly, the entire time, but those last 10 seconds, again, it just compounds all the stress that, you know, accumulate over the first 2 minutes of the game, really.
Despite the heat of competition, though, it's always something that I love to see. Everybody's just having a good time. There isn't a single person on that field that isn't smiling or like cheering, or I've seen a lot of high fives and fist bumps. It's just wonderfully positive environment to be in here.
And a terrific job, I'm unequivocally confident, as is that Blue Alliance with 130 points to 91, so almost a 40-point spread there. They're starting off the second half of the day moving a mile a minute.
Absolutely. And now we're joined here in the booth. Lauren and Davey are from TE Connectivity, a leading supplier of connectivity and sensing solutions to industries around the world. The vision of TE is to create a safer, sustainable, productive, and connected future for everyone. Lauren leads the company's corporate responsibility organization, and Davey leads engineering for the industrial solutions segment. So, Lauren, Davey, welcome to the booth. TE Connectivity has a mission to provide access to technology and engineering through all of your philanthropic work. And what does that look like? Why STEM of all things in this world?
Well, thank you so much. We're very happy to be here as TE Connectivity and the foundation. We invest in STEM because it's our workforce in the future of tomorrow, and we're more than 8,000 engineers around the world, and so we love to see what First Global and First Robotics have to offer.
Well, and as technology manufacturers, what trends do you see at least shaping the industry? I know you said you have 8,000 engineers at present, so what has that process been like, and how is it changing?
There's many trends, and technology is moving and changing very, very quickly. But the largest trend is collaboration. When I started my career, every company did everything by themselves, and today, to succeed in a complex world, you need to learn to collaborate. And that's something that's really important here. So it's a great skill to develop, and it's really important to our future.
How beautifully said, truly.
It's about getting off of our own islands and then coming together as one and convening, right? Which is what this entire event's about.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
What would you say to our students if you had any advice about how to build those skills? What's like the one thing that you'd want them to carry with them through the rest of the competition?
I think, one thing that I see the teams here, they are working together. That's really important. They're learning from each other. They're supporting each other. And in industry, it's no different. We depend on our partners and our suppliers, and we work with our customers, so it's exactly the same. So that's a real skill that you need to take away and develop.
That's brilliant that at this age, already, they're building skills that they're going to be able to use for the rest of their lives.
Yep, for sure.
And as you come and watch these teams compete, what emotions do you have watching the youth around the world follow in your footsteps?
It makes me feel hopeful for the future to see all of the young students from around the world competing and really having a love for STEM and robotics.
It makes me wish I was young again.
You and me both, my man. My back's hurting up here in this booth.
As an alumni of a FIRST program, I think this is just like next level. Being able to represent your country on a global stage is something that I could have never imagined growing up, and to watch them do it and just take us into the next generation of change makers, leaders in our world, and solution finders, really. I know I'm blown away. I know you guys are too.
I think we feel the same. It's truly fantastic.
I was going to say we're wearing our emotion on our sleeves. We're all smiling. My face hurts from all of the joviality that we're sharing here. In terms of the future and what it holds, the problem of carbon capture in particular, which is what this game focuses on, how would you encourage those who are discouraged by the very problem that we're facing with it?
It is a really large challenge that the world has to contend with to move towards a lower carbon world. So the fact that they have the knowledge and are thinking about that problem already at such a young age really sets you up for a more sustainable future and a great career in this lower carbon world.
Well, thank you for planning so much for the future. We really appreciate your time in the booth. We're going to start this next match up in a few seconds here as you see those particles make their way onto the pitch. We start in 3, 2, 1, let's do it.
Robots take action on the field. We're finding that they're finding carbon in different areas no matter what match is going on. Our Red Alliance is comprised of the Republic of Korea, Zimbabwe, and Turkmenistan, and their Blue Alliance compatriots are Israel, Denmark, and Paraguay.
And this is already match 70 of the day, everybody. 7-0. I repeat, 70. So it's constant action behind us, constant circulation amongst the 5 fields in play.
It's flying by, but you know what's also flying is that carbon into the funnel. Look at that.
I love it. Also with that indicator, which they already have stored, it's terrific to already have one of those robots have that before endgame even begins. So we'll see if they take the opportunity to start that hang.
With 1:40 left, we're already at 26 points of carbon. Make it 27 with that last one that just flew in. The human players are just precision today. I don't think I've seen a single one miss, truly.
I was going to say, I don't see anybody missing anything in this challenge. We certainly missed being here in person. I know all of these kids can say the same. Right now, it looks like Turkmenistan is in the middle of the park trying to get up onto that hanging bar, at least right now, onto the intermediate one, which would be zone 3, I believe.
Yes. Seeing that they had 2 hooks on their arm, I'm curious if they have a high bar ascension in their wheelhouse. And that's something that all of the teams probably have a larger skill set than what they might be showing us in a specific match. And that all has to do with the types of teams that they're with. If your robot is a really good herding robot and you have another robot with an excellent shooter, you want to try and play to those strengths. Like what we talked about earlier with different team members within a country playing to each other's strengths. Our teams for each of these alliances have to do the same, especially as we enter the last 30 seconds. with the end game.
So you saw those teams go to their respective sidelines specifically for this purpose, even though Turkmenistan is already elevated onto that intermediate rung. Earlier on, they were actually kind of hanging too low. Remember, they got to clear that lower bar in order to get that third level of those points towards the end.
Yes, absolutely. And remember, if you can get that indicator from the top, see where the blue one is, if you can get that early enough, you can start your climb before the 30 seconds. And in that last 30 seconds, we saw a bit of a tumble.
Again, the pitch of that central platform is posing to be a challenge for a few teams here today. The Republic of Korea succumbed to that in that last match, but they've had a strong day overall today as well.
For those watching at home, the platform is not level as it may appear on our screen. It actually has a little bit of an angle to it, which could cause tumbles as we just saw, but no matter. I think every team is able to recover from those different challenges. One match does not define any team here at First Global.
And even when you get that hanging challenge, obviously it's not a time to relax. You'd think that that's the job being done for that respective team, but it can be anything but. Good job, by the way, to that Blue Alliance of Israel, Denmark, and Paraguay, 176 points. Well done.
For this next feature that we want to showcase, a man that is very, very important to all of us. Dean Kamen is a man of many talents, including his inception of the First Global Challenge. He said to our kids last night about how it's not a coincidence that we use the word cooperation for this event, and how commonality is critical to solving global problems. The power of convening is readily apparent through his work and through this event, which has rightfully and proudly continued to grow over the years.
My hopes for the future of First Global are that it becomes institutionalized in every country. It brings to each country the opportunity to create a prestigious event where kids can learn about how accessible and how exciting and how much fun science and technology are, but also that they can do it in their home country. Imagine an army of kids around the world that walk away from these events comfortable and confident that they have the skills of science and technology to build a better future. I see the First Global organization in 5 years, certainly in 10 years, being well established in most, if not all, of the countries on this planet. I see it being a tool used for international diplomacy, international cooperation, international exchange of kids and ideas and universities and companies and governments that will learn that we can all work on the same problems collectively and solve all of our problems together.
One of the coolest things about First Global Challenge is that a lot of our students are actually getting FaceTime with Dean Kamen, probably for the first time ever, which is amazing, just to meet one of your heroes. I know the first time I met Dean, it was like I was meeting a rock star.
I'm telling you, that guy's got an endless motor, truly. He's going a mile a minute, and meeting these kids down in the trenches, it's got to be an invaluable experience for them both, as it's a two-way street. One of his quotes yesterday that I had to write down, he had actually said, and I quote, unless we come together, this world will continue to spiral out of control. So the power of convening is what this program is all about. We're excited to have you here with us.
We're getting ready to convene on the central field in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! This is match number 73. Our Red Alliance is composed of Kenya, Armenia, and Libya, while our Blue Alliance is Romania, United States of America, and Cyprus.
Remember, we had a couple of our team members from Kenya up here in the booth with us earlier on today. Now they're on the field of play, so they've got to adapt to the challenges as well of the production behind this. They're sharing their story, and now they're sharing their style of play with us.
Check out Team Romania right now. They've got an arm mechanism, actually two. One for their intake, and one it seems that could be for their climber or their shooter. I'm not really sure, but I can't wait to see him use it.
Most of those carbon particles that separated and floating to the side, you see a couple of them getting batted back in for understandable reasons. It's volatile out there.
Team Kenya shuffling Carbon into their compressor and their human player delivering it into the Carbon sink, as well as matched by, I believe, Team Romania on the blue side.
I was just going to say, if you took those cameras back out, there are quite a few of those carbon particles by one of those blue compressors. None of those robots really by it, except Romania now coming in on the fray. And they come in, sweep with their intake mechanism again, trying to go over those black particles and go to the other side of the field, to the other compressor. There are 2 per alliance.
Something that's pretty cool as well is I'm seeing some plows in addition to, we talked about intakes a lot, where teams are using their robots and different mechanisms to pull Carbon into their robot. But on this field of play, we're actually seeing pushers, where their primary mode of scoring is actually via their human player. So teams have a lot of different strategies going on of like whether or not they want to use their human player as their primary form of Carbon deposit into the sink, or if they want to use their robots.
Now, and I would imagine that it doesn't necessarily make it easier or harder, but every single mechanism working differently is going to be better for some teams than others, depending on their expertise and experience.
Absolutely, and it's all about what you can practice as well. Speaking of practicing, I'm sure all of these teams who are elevating parts of their robot into the sky had a lot of practice with their climbing mechanisms. We've seen a lot of hooks with elevators in this match, which goes to show that that is a really efficient way of ascending. And some traffic. Oh goodness, I wonder if everyone can get into the air for this match as time expires.
Remember, you see that blue indicator from that one hanging robot. That indicator needs to be physically in the robot in order to obtain those endgame points.
Speaking of endgame points, let's break down the possible multipliers they could receive.
Perfect.
If a robot is fully supported by the platform, that is that white part of the field, you can see it right there, it's a little elevated. If they're fully supported by that platform, they have a 0.25 multiplier that they can achieve. If they're fully supported by the low bar, it's a 0.5 multiplier. Middle bar is 0.75, and you have a 1.0 multiplier for fully supported by the high bar. And there's high stakes. Distribution of your robots are really important, as we've seen, because having, like here,
right now, yeah.
Storage level 1, the Red Alliance was able to get a 0.25 multiplier, but the Blue Alliance was able to get 0.25 plus 0.5.
So a tight win for that Blue Alliance. Really exciting game, only a 15-point spread. We've had a lot of tight games today.
Oh yeah, I think the nature of this game makes it so that for most of the match, you're really focused on working together as all 6 robots. Your point is not to be competing with each other the entire match until the last 30 seconds. And then you try and say, hey, how can we set ourselves apart real quick? How can we send this for our alliance?
And doing that on the fly is not an easy thing, particularly when you're, time pressed. 30 seconds is not a lot, but Malaysia, one of the countries that we're excited about, has done an incredible job. Before we get to them, however, in our next game, I believe we're ready to go in the pits. Melissa, take it away.
Hi, I'm down here in the pits with Team Equatorial Guinea. What's your name?
My name is Jacinta.
Jacinta, nice to meet you. How has your first global experience been so far?
It's been really great. I'm very excited to be here and be able to represent my country.
Awesome, and how's your robot been?
It's doing really good, actually, yeah.
Excellent, okay, and what's your role on the team?
My role is throwing the balls.
Oh, cool, and what type of practice or strategy have you had, to kind of build up that skill set?
I mean, I was just practicing at home, probably with a basket and some few balls, and I also did some practice here at the pit, so it's been really great.
Excellent. Okay, and what are you most looking forward to in the next couple days? Because there's 2 full days left of First Global.
I'm looking forward to having fun, winning some matches and, meeting some new people. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, I wish the best for you and good luck with the rest of First Global.
We're looking forward to having fun as well. We've had fun with you thus far, and we're going to have fun introducing our next team. The Malaysian people are not foreign to the notion of building pathways and connections between people. In fact, their highway system is actually longer than the circumference of the Earth. The road they've taken to get here was fraught with challenges, but none too large for this team.
My name is Nur Alia Sofia.
My name is Lydia Marlinda.
My name is Amma.
My name is Miriam. I am Hannah and I am. I am confident that I will use this wonderful yet incredible experience in the future. No matter which path I'm taking, I'm going to pursue in order to make my country, including the whole world, a better place.
When I grow up, I really want to be a psychologist, and I believe First Global can help me to excel my studies in psychology. Let's not forget about the science and technology knowledge that I've gained in this program. It will be handy for me in the future.
STEM is important to me because STEM is main field of I 4.0. So that's me. With STEM, I can get more opportunity to work in big companies such as Tesla and SpaceX.
Seriously, which is carbon capture, is important because it can help to reduce carbon emission and to prevent global warming that is rapidly getting worse in our country.
I'm excited to be a part of this challenge because First Global Challenge is a prestigious competition, and it is such a great honor to be chosen as Malaysia's representatives and compete against hundreds of countries with their brilliant participants.
Now, we learned in that video why STEM was important to those teammates on Malaysia, but frankly, it's important to all of us here at the First Global Challenge. The power of STEM and increase to it across the globe is going to help us to solve some of these problems.
Absolutely. We're getting ready to start off match number 76, which I believe we will be seeing Team Malaysia representing the Red Alliance. Carbon descending onto the field. And in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! 2 minutes 30 on the clock, counting down already. The Red Alliance is composed of Team Malaysia, Lebanon, and Iceland. Blue Alliance represented by Team Tanzania, Pakistan, and Luxembourg.
Now, one of the teams we have not focused on all that much has done an incredible job thus far with carbon capture. It's Team Iceland. Construction of the world's largest carbon direct air capture facility has begun in that country, and upon completion, it's estimated to be in about 18 to 24 months. That facility is going to be able to remove 36,000 tons of carbon dioxide from the air per year. Incredible work by them.
And they're doing just that on our field as well. Take a look at them launching carbon into the sky. Now we're looking at Team Tanzania. They've got a bunch of carbon in their robot. This is what I was saying earlier, where a lot of teams are pulling it into their robot and they're having a sort of hopper situation where they're carrying carbon from one side of the field. It's great in that situation where there's not carbon anywhere close to your compressor for your side of the alliance to deliver to your human player. You can actually go and hoard carbon, bring it over and say, hello, human player, I have gifts for you.
I have gifts in a very gluttonous manner, mind you, right?
Yeah,
Just
of course.
Unfold the whole table.
Team Lebanon over by their compressor doing the very same for the Red Alliance with over just a minute left. We have 28 points of carbon on the table at the moment.
What you got to love about these kinds of matchups in the bottom left corner of the screen, again, are those teams competing alongside one another, smiling across those cultural barriers, flags, countries that they come from. It's what we're all about here.
Absolutely. There's a sense of focus, but also just true bliss in this environment of just being around people who have the same excitement that you do. It's not something you see in your everyday life, but when you're a First Global, everybody loves robots here. Everybody loves it.
Everybody loves Endgame 2 because that's where everything starts to heat up. We'll see what happens here in the last 30 that we've got on the table.
We got a
Indicators
mad
are in
dash.
those robots, yeah.
Mad dash to the center as we have hooks climbing up to the different levels. We have middle bar, high bar, lots of lofty goals by our teams. Check out that hook. It is perfectly spec'd to the size of the bar. And I think what that team is trying to achieve is a lot of cantilever forces to make sure, hey, I'm not going to slip and slide as I ascend this bar. We got a little bit of time, just kidding, no time left on the clock now.
Time's quickly fading for all of us up here. It goes a mile a minute. I think Team Lebanon had raised themselves just above that base platform. So it looks like they might be getting that 0.5 multiplier by being supported by the low bar. We'll see in a few seconds. That indicator looked like it was in that robot, so we should see in a few seconds.
We'll see, because if they don't get the 0.5, at least they still get the 2.5. That is the nice thing about this end game. No matter what, as long as you have that indicator in your robot and you're fully supported by the platform, you get something for the end game.
And we're all getting something out of this experience, watching all of these different teams, again, coming from all different far reaches of the globe, all with their different stories to share. This is the stage on which we see it. 2.5 minutes is not enough time, obviously, but we're looking forward to seeing them do more of the same over the coming 3 days.
We've got scores, everybody. The Red Alliance, composed of Team Malaysia, Lebanon, and Iceland, take it away with 70 versus 60. It came down to that storage level.
Exactly. You had one on that storage level 2 and one on that storage level 1. And number 1 in our hearts that we're at least going to introduce right now is going to be in Poland, and we'll get there in a couple of seconds. But again, we're mid-70s in terms of matches already in this day. We've got hundreds coming at you over the course of the next few days. Right now, we're going to take it down to the pits. Melissa, you're waiting for us. Who do we have?
Hi, I'm down here in the pits with Team Vietnam. What's your name?
My name is Ling.
My name is Ming.
Awesome. Welcome to First Global. How has your experience been?
It's great.
We really enjoy it, yeah.
Awesome. And how's your robot been performing?
In the last 3 matches, we have won all of them, and we feel we feel very exciting about the next match.
Excellent. And what's your strategy going forward? You've been winning, so what's your strategy been?
So about our strategies, I think that we should cooperate with other teams to score the cooperation points. Yes.
Excellent. And what are you most looking forward to the next couple days of First Global?
Yes, we're really excited now, and we really looking forward for the next match.
Great. Thank you so much, and good luck with the rest of First Global.
Awesome. Thank you, Melissa, with Team Vietnam. We're getting ready for our next match here. We just talked about how we're flying through qualification matches. Can you believe that we're already at match number 79?
I really can't. It's in the blink of an eye. I feel like I frankly just landed in Geneva only yesterday. We had someone in the booth just, I believe for the Republic of North Korea, say the same thing, that they just landed last night and they're flying into the field of battle. So we're only 1 minute away from match number 80, so we're already hitting that next segment here. But again, it's been a sprint and jumping onto the moving treadmill right from the get-go here.
Oh yeah, and I think everything that the teams have been thrown, jet lag is not something we've talked about very much. Traveling from all these different time zones, especially working at all hours of the day, it might be midnight for some teams right now. But let's take it to the center field in 3, 2, 1, go!
In this match, it looks like we've got Poland, Qatar, and Palestine competing alongside and then eventually against Botswana, Austria, and Sierra Leone.
They're already starting to herd their carbon to their respective sides of the field, delivering them to their human players. We've got some human players absolutely highballing it into the funnel at the top there. Something that I want to mention and point out to everyone about the indicators. For those watching at home, we have 2 indicators that teams are able to, actually 1 for each, but they're able to access those early in the match. And if they can retrieve it from the top of the carbon sink, they're allowed to climb early before the 30 seconds at the end of the match. If a human player dislodges it, that indicator is out of play. So you have to be really careful and very precise as a human player. You want to make sure you don't accidentally hit those indicators off in case one of your teammates needs them.
And again, it makes no sense for them to try to climb unless they're going for that indicator right off the bat, because the indicators that are also on the sides of the field aren't released until the last 30 seconds of the game.
Absolutely. Now we're taking a quick pan of the field. We're seeing that carbon is in those white regions of the field, and as we were talking about climbing just now, you're not allowed to interact with your robot until the last 30 seconds, and only when your robot is past that white line. So human players right now are restricted to interacting with carbon that's only in the compressors. Great work from both teams at the moment. We're reaching a level of the carbon sink that's almost breaching the low bar, working their way up to that cooperation bonus. I wonder if we'll see at this match.
We've only seen it once today thus far, at least. That's what we've also been told from some of our field reps, judges, and volunteers. Hopefully it comes into play and into factor a little bit more in the coming days. Remember, every single team benefits from that cooperation bonus. It's one of the unique features of the first Global Challenge.
100 points if you hit the 60-centimeter mark. And if you fill that carbon sink 100%, there's an extra 100 points waiting for you. We're entering the end game now, everybody at home, and teams are looking to ascend to get a multiplier for their score. Some teams are going for that middle bar, which would give them a 0.75 multiplier increment, while other teams are shooting high with that one multiplier.
There you go, Team Austria. I saw you in the foreground. You were trying to get on that bar. You had to go around one of the other opponents that was out here. Or that's Team Poland. Apologies. Well done to them.
As time expires, remember, each of the robots that reaches a certain level, their points are added together, which might be a little bit confusing. So, for example, let's say, Tim, your country's team was on the low bar, my country's team was on the platform. You would get 0.5 added to my 2.5 for a multiplier increment of 0.75 total. So now let's extrapolate that a little bit. Each alliance is getting that math done for them across 3 different robots. If you get 3 robots on 3 different levels, you're really maximizing that opportunity for multiplication at the end. And that's where a lot of our teams are finding, that's how they get that edge. Because up until those last 30 seconds, all the points are communal.
Like I had said, Poland earlier on, that instant replay hopefully served them well in this game, and it looks like it did, doubling up on that Blue Alliance, so congrats to them. Well done to Poland, Qatar, and Palestine. We are ready, however, in the pits for another interview. Let's get it rolling.
There is a lot of energy down here on the field. We are rocking and rolling, and Poland is happy. A teammate here from Team Poland, and they are undefeated. How does that feel?
It feels really amazing to have 3 wins and 0 losses.
So 3 wins, great way to start. Talk about the strategy during that match that you had with your alliance partners.
Okay, so the strategy was to collect as many balls as we could in the first 2 minutes, and at the last 30 seconds just go on for the bars.
And when you go for the bar, you go for the high bar?
Yes, we did go for the highest bar.
And have you done that every single match?
And actually we didn't, and we now at this match we went for the highest bar, but we had problems with attaching to it, so we didn't get the max points for storage.
Great job. You've got plenty more matches to go, but undefeated is nice, all right? Didn't that feel good?
Yes, that did feel good.
All right. I will send it back to the booth now from the field.
Thank you, Blair. We're going to introduce our next team to feature. Team Nepal comes to the first global arena after their members won several competitions in Nepal. So it's safe to say, regardless of the Himalayas that crown their country, they've climbed their own personal mountains to get here.
Nepal, blessed by its unique geography that celebrates unity and diversity, an unexplored treasure, a land of age-old history, with tradition thousands of years old. Our country is an abode to live in gods and goddesses.
Although separated from ideologies, beliefs, and mentality, everyone on the team has a common motive, a common interest to represent Nepal and achieve something for our motherland. This common motto has created a sense of unity within the team members and has made us an ideal team. First Global has created not only a global, but also a national platform for Nepalese youths to showcase their talents, creativity, and innovation, to represent their motherland in a leading global competition. FGC has inspired youths to engage in STEM-related activities to be selected for a chance of representation and recognition.
आउँदैछौँ हामी संसार सामु हाम्रो चन्द्र सूर्य फरफराउन।
And I'm sure they feel absolutely on top of the world, being here in Geneva, Switzerland, and competing on this grand and global stage as we speak. The national platform for Nepalese youth is also important when these students go back to their home countries, inspiring and catalyzing change. It's something that's going to continue to grow this thing in the years to come. We now have our next game with Nepal competing, and those carbon particles have now made their way on. We start in 3, 2, 1. Let's do it.
Making up our teams on the field right now. Our Red Alliance is North Macedonia, Sri Lanka, and Nepal, who we just saw in that video. They're matched with the Blue Alliance of Eritrea, Australia, and Nicaragua.
Now, when we talk about carbon capture, again, there are two different ways to accomplish that. You can either try to store it naturally, or you can include chemical processes that are anthropogenic or human-based. Nicaragua is doing a terrific job at the former of those two, with natural land areas, 70 of them in that country alone. So again, when you're talking about forested lands, that's that natural retention of carbon that's so crucial in solving this problem.
Speaking of solving problems, there are no problems to be found on this field with the way that the teams are corralling the carbon around, dedicating a good section of them to their human players. Australia ready to go. Excitement on their faces as they see the robots go by. Honestly, I am too. If I was seeing my robot on the field like that, I would be so jazzed.
Well, we've talked about those Australian hats. It's cutting out the lights clearly from the ceiling, but in no way, shape, or form is that dimming the light that they've shown in this competition and, in fact, this very game. Right now, they're doing a great job leading the charge. We're about halfway through this match. Right now, the carbon sink does not look that full. A lot of those particles right now are still towards the side of that field. Really going to be hard to get them into the compressor, so I think the strategy is now going to be focused more towards endgame. Until you see, again, fittingly so, that shovel approach at the top of the screen in the last image we saw.
We're seeing a little bit of a wheelie from Team Eritrea. I think this is going to be a spicy match.
Here we go.
Oh, we got some wires hanging out of Team Nepal. They got to be careful. You don't want to accidentally sever one of them with your wheels, or in the worst case, get your wheels stuck. A lot of our teams have to have a little bit of dexterity as they approach driving their robots as we enter the last 30 seconds of the match. This is where the mad dash comes into play, as we've talked about today.
We want to make sure our wires aren't getting across in these alliances as well as they make their way back out onto the field. The space is going to be tight. It looks like a tight game as well. We'll see if we can get on that platform again for that 0.25 multiplier increment at the very least.
As we enter the last 5 seconds of this match, it all comes down to this in 3, 2, 1. Time has expired. Standstill robots on the field, but all smiles and clapping from Team Australia. Looks like teams on the Red Alliance are like, can we see our robots? Are we good? Are we ready to go? Anxiously awaiting from North Macedonia and Team Nepal, talking to Simon, finding out, hey, referee, am I good? Are we good?
Tall order for all of these judges. There's quite a bit to look at, not just all of those black balls on the field, but again, those robots as they're hanging from those bars and getting onto that platform. Remember that those increments are going to be different. That's really what's made the difference in these cumulative team scores at the very end. All three of those robots in the alliance can grab their own amount of increment, but all three of those total increments are added before the alliance total is done.
Looks like we got a score incoming here. Wow, the Red Alliance, an 11-point difference between these two alliances. It came down to the storage level differences, having 2 robots in storage level 1. So let's talk about that math real quick. You've got 0.25 plus 0.25 equals 0.5. So having multiple robots in a storage level actually makes a big difference too. It's just about like how much does that math work out?
Because then you're also multiplying it once more by the base level points that the first 2 minutes of the game is really designed for, which is that carbon sink in the middle.
Absolutely. I think we're going to take it to the field for an interview with Blair. Blair, who are we talking to?
The winning alliance, and they had an interesting strategy. They can climb, but they didn't. What was the strategy?
So before this match, we tried to climb, and in this match, instead of climbing, we tried to block the way. So because we blocked the way, the next opponent could not climb. So that's why we got our points. So we won this match.
And was that the strategy from the beginning that you worked out with your other teammates, your alliances?
Yeah, so from beginning, we have our winning strategy of climbing, and at the last moment, we changed it in the blocking way.
And do you find that your robot is improving match after match?
Yeah, it is improving after the match. Like before, it was a little less than this time, and this time it is great.
And what's your favorite part of the game?
The favorite part of the game is the last 30 seconds in which we hang the ball.
All right, great. Congratulations on the win. You've got a lot more matches to play, and have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Back to you in the booth.
Thank you, Blair. I think that's a really good example of how the iteration of design is continuous. They came into the competition with this one strategy for their robot and what they were able to achieve, but based on what you're encountering in the field, literally in the field of competition, everything's changing. You got to get creative, just like this next country, where 75% of inhabitants of this country reside in urban areas. A particular challenge when combating carbon emissions. You gotta need some creative solutions. So let's take a look at what Team Belarus did for this challenge.
In that video in particular, Belarus showing teamwork, passing that ball from one teammate to another. They're also going to be passing the torch to the next generation of people back in their home nation as, again, we catalyze change, moving forward and solving some of our biggest global challenges. I'm having a challenging time as we're closing out the day as we speak. And in a few seconds, we're going to be on the field live in 3, 2, 1. Let's do it. Gotta love that trumpet starting it up.
Oh yeah, entering match number 85, your Red Alliance is comprised of Belarus, Tunisia, and Denmark, and they're matched up with the Blue Alliance consisting of Suriname, Guinea-Bissau, and New Zealand.
Cool little tidbit about the country of Denmark. One thing that's unique about them of the many is that they were the first country in the world to create a Ministry of Environment. So thinking about how change is created not just at the grassroots level, but with political change as well.
You got to be all in it together, which these teams are definitely doing for the first 2 minutes of the match. All the points are communal for those of you tuning in just now at home. In this year's challenge, Global Carbon Capture, the first 2 minutes of the match are dedicated to putting carbon, the black game pieces you see scattered across the field, into that center carbon sink via the funnel up at top. There are 2 ways that the teams can achieve this, either with their human player, giving the carbon to the human player in the 4 compressors that you see on the corners of those fields, either red or blue, or by shooting them in themselves. You can see Victory getting that piece in from Team Belarus.
It is all about those little victories over the 2.5 minutes. Everybody here, again, is a winner, but you love to get to see those short moments, those very brief moments where all this hard work pays off and that success manifests itself, again, in some of the emotions that you see on the sidelines.
Can we talk about Team New Zealand real quick? Their robot is very fierce, and particularly, I need to figure out if it's a dragon or a crocodile or something, but it's got jaws of steel on that thing when you intake all the carbon into its robot. It looks stellar. Speaks to the A in STEAM, right? You have science, technology, engineering, and math, but also artistry. It's all important, part of the solution.
And competing in this very game in and of itself is an art. Right now you see Denmark trying to usher some of those particles into its compressor. Endgame horn just sounding right now. sprinting back onto the center of the pitch. We'll see if those two countries on the right can make their way in.
Something you just saw on the screen is that team members are holding red or blue pieces of carbon. Those are called indicators this year, and you need them in your robot in order to be able to receive points during this stage of the game. You can see that with the robot hanging on the middle bar. They've got a red indicator in their robot indicating, hey, our climb is good, give us the points.
I've neglected to mention this for a while as well, but you see on that central pillar, the lights actually ascend with those carbon particles as they get into that sink. Again, every centimeter worth 1 base point for both alliances, and that's before the multiplier increments are even accounted for. That's what the judges are doing right now.
Excitement regardless, though, especially you got to celebrate these little victories as we talked about. I'm sure there are teams here that have been continuously iterating and trying to work out some of the bugs in their robot, whether it's software, mechanical, a driver, communication issue. Every single match is an opportunity to improve and grow this week.
I would think the issues are endless. You've just mentioned a few of them, but the possibilities as well are endless. From some of the ways that they navigate those challenges, learn solutions, and then again, try to plan for the future. Everything is changing, but at the same time, Dean mentioned some things never change.
Absolutely. We have
another one, second of the day, I believe.
It is. And so this is the map that we were talking about a little earlier. So you have storage level 1 and storage level 3 for the Red Alliance, but then you have 2 robots in storage level 2 for the Blue Alliance. They equalized. Crazy. But enough of that for now. We're going to take it down to the pit where I believe Melissa is going to have a story to share with us.
Hi, my name is Sophia from Team Malaysia. I'm Lydia Marlinda from Team Malaysia.
Awesome. How's your first global experience been so far?
Okay, so basically it's been hectic, but it's quite fun, yeah, because we met a lot of people and also we got to experience new technology and stuff, and also REV. It's our first time doing REV.
Ooh, okay, and how's your robot been performing then?
Okay, so basically our robot has been performing, like, it's been better, but we are at the robot hospital right now fixing stuff and things. So like we are hoping that tomorrow will be better for us.
Excellent. And you mentioned that, I think you said your mentor is a former participant at First Global. Can you tell me more about that?
Oh, it's not actually our mentor, but he's a volunteer actually. There's a multiple people that we met for the previous FGC. So they've been helping us a lot actually, thanks to the previous teams, yeah. So yeah, we made it here because of them and of course our own effort. So I'm gonna do the best for everyone, yeah.
Oh, that's so fantastic. Well, I wish you the best for the rest of your First Global and can't wait to see what your robot does when it gets out of the robot hospital.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Much appreciated. The next country of Ethiopia officially won Africa's first Olympic gold medal in 1960. This team looks to follow in the steps of marathon great Ibibi Bikila in bringing home the hardware this year for their country.
My name is Yovid Yunas and I am a grade 8 student.
My name is Sarum Strat and I am a grade 9 student.
The subjects that I would like to study in school are chemistry, maths and physics. These 3 subjects help me reach my goal.
My name is Imrakil. In the very goal of this carbon capture competition will have a great impact to keep our world clean and healthy.
Hi, my name is Arya and I'm really excited to represent my country in this 2022 First Global Challenge.
Hey, my name is Masoud Khalifa. I am grade 10 student.
I'm so excited to be the part of 2022 First Global Challenge, and I want to see myself succeeding in this position because I haven't done any work like this, like the concept of programming, building robots, and something like that. So if I am good in this position, maybe who knows, in the future I will be the great scientist. So I'm so glad to be the part of 2022 First Global Challenge.
My goal is to be an astronaut. To be an astronaut, you have to be good at these 3 subjects. If I won a Nobel Prize, first of all, I would take my mom because she helped me figure out many things. The reason that I've been involved in this First Global Challenge is because of her.
I really loved hearing about Team Ethiopia's story, especially the fact that the camaraderie has brought them together, right? Robots is just more about the robot itself or the challenge or the problem we're trying to find a solution. It's about all the people we find and meet and have good, strong relationships with along the way. We've talked about networking, we've talked about that, but I think it's more than that. I think it's like there's so many people here that are friends for life, you included.
Thank you, Nishan. I couldn't agree more. I appreciate it. We're going to start this game up in 3, 2, 1. Let's do it up. I also loved in that video how a couple of those students had mentioned what they aspired to be. One said they wanted to be an astronaut. One said, if I won a Nobel Peace Prize. I am utterly sure that we have in the confines of this room right now future Nobel laureates and astronauts in our midst.
Absolutely. The world is their oyster, truly. Whatever you want to achieve, First Global gives you the skills to achieve it. Whether it's in STEM or not, you're building more than just those technical skills. You're also building those strong skills of communication, empathy, teamwork.
And right now they're trying to build rapport amongst the new alliances that they're matched up with right now. We've got Latvia, Syria, and Ethiopia with Guatemala, Peru, and Sudan. 2 minutes left.
Got some high-flying carbon from the human players on both alliances in the red and blue. We got some robots getting in on the action as well.
I was going to say we have one on the red alliance going for that indicator early. That's an indication that they might try to also climb early to get some of those multiplier increments that are so valuable that we've talked about all day. Let's see if they can get it. They knocked it off. There we go.
So that robot is now able to start their climb before the 30 seconds. Got some incredible cheering from the crowd.
Don't necessarily know which field that's coming from, but we know that we're congratulating and celebrating every single one of these athletes on all 5 fields that we have over the next 3 days. We're really excited about it. Again, those lights are going to follow those carbon particles up the central sink. We'll see if that cooperation bonus comes back into effect later today. We haven't seen it yet.
I think this match is a strong contender for it. We've got tons of carbon flying high here. This is a really cool one to look at. Team Latvia, their intake mechanism is involving a couple of hooks. We've seen a bunch of wheels with cylindrical pieces of material trying to, glide that carbon in, but this is straight up just hooks grabbing the carbon in to deliver to either their human player or their shooter.
Here we go. Let the chaos ensue. Bring it on. Let the madness begin. Are we going to get the purple light? We'll see in a few short seconds.
Real estate is really limited here, and teams are fighting for a lot of the same heights. But they're not really fighting, are they? It's more so, hey, I'd like to share this opportunity with you.
We got a double lift from Guatemala. Look at them bringing Peru up with them. Wow.
That is exactly what I'm talking about. It's not, they're both on it together. And with the way that First Global is, the challenges this year, as long as both of those robots are fully supported by that bar, they're both in the clear.
We all win at the end of the day, right? We're all winners here, and that's a perfect case in point right there. Smiles, laughter, that's what this event is all about.
You can see the anticipation building.
We see it from the rep team, we see it from our judges. It's universally shared here.
High-flying carbon throughout the entire match right there.
Good, how are you? As this instant replay finishes up, we're going to get those final scores. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance of Guatemala, Peru, Sudan. It looks like the endgame challenge is what made the difference once again.
We had 3 robots in storage level 1, so that's going to be 2.5 plus 2.5 plus 2.5. But on the Blue Alliance, it was 2.5 plus 0.5 plus 0.75. When you do the math, it's just a little bit more and makes a difference. But next in the booth, we have Miriam Slimani, a student from Team Algeria. Welcome, how are you?
I'm doing good. How about you? Doing good?
Great. What are you enjoying most about your experience this year at First Global Challenge?
Actually, this whole experience is a really cool thing. I'm enjoying a lot of things. But I would say the thing I'm enjoying the most is probably meeting people from all over the world. There are actually 180 countries here. I'm meeting people from countries I have never heard about before, tasting the food, like trying to pronunciate words from their native language, and even like just talking to them, interacting with them is a really fun thing to do.
I was going to say, I can see it in your smile. It's just absolutely infectious. It brings us nothing but joy to watch you compete, but to also join the youth from around the globe like you're talking about and meeting them. What's been one of the absolute highlights, if you had one to point out to?
Oh, that's a really hard question.
That's a good problem too, right?
Well, I would say that today, when we were practicing at one of the practice matches, we had an accident. Our robot fell from the highest bar, and like, let's say, it needed some fixing. But luckily, we had some friends. We made some friends yesterday and the day before. They came to us and helped us. We asked for their help, and we were able to finish, like, repair every problem we had in a timely amount of time.
That's amazing. That is exactly the kind of stuff that we talk about that's so amazing about First Global Challenge. How do you feel being here? I know in the past couple of years we've been remote, but how does it feel to be actually here?
Well, I would say it feels amazing, obviously. Can you please repeat the question? I couldn't hear.
How does it feel to be here? You're overcoming challenges, but you're also having a lot of fun meeting people. How do you feel?
Honestly, I feel there are some times where I feel a bit stressed. There are some times where I feel excited. It depends. I learned to expect the unexpected, because we can't really know what will happen. For instance, the accident I told you about, no one knew that something like that would happen. So I think that we should always prepare ourselves what's coming.
Well, it's all about leaning into those stumbling blocks, right? You're talking about physically falling, and who doesn't do that from time to time? But it's always a matter of how you respond and how you pick yourself up. So we're incredibly proud of you. We're so happy to have you with us on the stage. Congratulations on making it here.
Thank you so much.
Now, with our next country, our host nation of Switzerland, they shared with us that they not only want to show the world the beautiful country they have to offer, but also inspire national and international youth to share a passion for STEM. And we're looking forward to seeing how they do that. Let's roll it.
Caroline.
Hi, my name is Lucas.
Hi, my name is Yannis.
Hi, or as we say, grüezi miteinander. My name is Raphael.
Hello everyone, I'm Eleni. I started doing robotics almost 6 years ago and I've loved it ever since. But for me, it is about more than just robotics. It's also about meeting new people and having a lot of fun.
Our goal for FGC 2022 is not only to perform the best we can, but also to learn about other cultures and make new friends.
Did you know that 3/4 of the electricity used in Switzerland is produced by renewable energy?
This year, the First Global Challenge is being hosted by Switzerland, a country that is way more than just mountains and cheese. It has a nice infrastructure, a great education system, and has a variety of languages spoken inside of it. Also, we can't forget about milk chocolate, which has its origin in Switzerland and tastes the best if eaten in the origin country itself.
Yesterday, last evening, we had the fortunate experience of watching the Swiss Cultural Show take place. I know these kids are looking forward to putting on a show in the next game they're going to be competing in. Those carbon particles are going to make their way onto the field, and we're going to descend on it in 3, 2, 1. Let's do it.
Our host country in a different match, but right now we're looking at match number 91. Your Red Alliance is composed of Finland, Barbados, and Chad, while on the Blue Alliance, it's Switzerland, Luxembourg, and Georgia. Did you know that Switzerland's abbreviation was CHE?
I actually had no idea. I'm learning new things every day, including about robotic components. You've been so instrumental in helping me with that, Manisha, among many other things. Thank you.
We got Carbon flying high, and it's my pleasure to help as much as I can. As all of these students are truly, they are so eager to get out in there in the world, share their passion for STEM, and really just transform the world. Since First Global started a few years ago, I don't think I would have ever imagined the culmination of nations in this way. We have the Olympics, sure, but to promote the just absolute collaboration over everything else that we do here is just phenomenal.
This is an experience you truly can't replicate, and even though you're watching at home, being here in person puts it to a whole new level. Again, our host nation of Switzerland has done just an immensely wonderful job with their hospitality, and at the same time, we're learning about some quirks with their team, one of which is the fact that their screwdrivers, each of the screwdrivers used to actually create that robot have been given different names? Interesting piece. For example, there's the little thing, the broken, and then the good octopus, and then the flat one. That's what they're calling
The broken. Yes, please, may I have the broken?
Can I have
the broken? That's awesome.
We fix with the broken.
Which is kind of a cool concept, right? Like, everything is useful, even if it doesn't seem like it's the most useful thing.
A very useful intake mechanism were those spinning, I want to say orange pieces earlier on. I couldn't tell if they were zip ties or plastic essentially, or rubber.
It's plastic tubing. That's part of the kit that every team receives.
Perfect. So that plastic tubing with its rigidity is going to allow those balls to be swept again into that intake system. Now we're also looking at the hanging mechanisms that hopefully are going to be incorporated in the last 10 seconds.
Yeah, speaking to that plastic tubing, it's why you're seeing a lot of teams utilize it just like that in their intake, right? It's flexible yet rigid enough to actually be a little bit of leverage, especially when it comes to the Carbon. You wouldn't necessarily want to use it for a climber, especially that hook. That's why a lot of them are metal, because you need that absolute rigidity and structure in order to stay solid in the air.
It looks like right now, while we have our view on the field, that those 3 indicators for that Red Alliance were actually still on the field. So we don't know if they're actually going to be benefiting from any of those multiplier increments. I would suspect the answer is no, but we'll find out in a few seconds.
It's up to the refs. They got a tough job, but also one of the best jobs, if I had to say. The amount of time that they get with our students is just enviable.
I know, I was going to say, we only really get to see them on the screen or when they join us in the booth, but being down there in the pits and on the fields is a whole entirely different experience.
They actually have rubber tubing. See, this stuff is so versatile. They're using it as kind of windshield wiper type things on their intake to bring it in, but they also had it on top to keep it in. But wow,
third of the day.
Got another tie.
Third of the day.
3 robots in storage level 1, so that's 0.25 plus 0.25 plus 0.25 to match the Red Alliance's 0.25 plus 0.5. Woo! Equalizer here on the playing field in the center. Wow.
But in terms of the center of the field, we'll take it away from there right now. We should be ready in the pits. Let's take it away and we'll go out there right now. Oh, apologies, never mind, we're going to be going to Armenia. So chess is a mandatory subject for school children in that nation, which may be why they in particular as a team are proving their strategic expertise as the competition here unfolds. So let's take a look.
If you could have one superpower, which one would it be?
I think I would choose teleportation because I'm a big fan of traveling around the world. I like to meet new people, new cultures, and broaden my horizons.
How are you going to use this experience to make your country and the world better?
I think this experience will become a spark for our country's high-tech industry, and a lot of teenagers will become interested in robotics and how to use robotics to solve some water problems.
Why is STEM important to you?
As a girl, STEM is important to me because it represents an outlet where I can challenge myself in a way that a lot of women before me didn't have the opportunity to. It is important to me because it empowers me a lot to see that I can be more than the stereotypes, more than the misconceptions about women in this field. So, yeah.
I really resonated with that last member of Team Armenia there. Being a woman in STEM, there's a lot of challenges that come with that, but also a lot of wonderful opportunities. You know, we have a different perspective that for a very long time wasn't shared, but just being a woman is not the only facet. And I think that's what she was saying. But we'll get into that later. Now we have a match to kick off in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, we've got Armenia, Montenegro, Tanzania with Oman, Azerbaijan, and Team Israel.
This is actually the last match of the day. Can you believe it?
Are we already here?
there. We're already here. Not to say that we're done with qualifications, though. This is just the first day of many days of incredible match and robot play on the field. Not just in the center, but we have 5 fields total. So for those of you at home looking to see your home nation tear it up on that field, make sure you check out the different streaming channels. There are specific ones for the fields.
Right now,
all 5 of them.
I was going to say, of all the teams that I've seen thus far, it looks like Montenegro has done an exceptional job with their intake system, funneling as many of those carbon particles in and towards their compressor. We'll see if those human players can actually get those particles into that central sink, though.
Something we're seeing as well, Team Armenia has a trap door open and close hinge type intake mechanism, as well as a conveyor belt on the inside to actually send it up to the higher levels of their robot. You can see that they've got one of those shooters that shoots high into the air, so they're counting on the height and then a little bit of an arc at the end to make it into that funnel. Team Montenegro has an awesome hopper in their robot. It looks like they're one of the few robots that has a ramp intake. So they're sending it a little bit higher off the ground and then into a carrying system.
There you go with Team Israel trying to spit some of those carbon particles out and actually over that compressor wall, trying to get it into that corner so they can finally put it in the sink. Right now you're seeing quite a few fly in there as the point totals rack up on the bottom of the screen.
That light is slowly climbing the side of the carbon sink, indicating that level our teams have achieved in terms of carrying carbon and getting rid of it from our environment. You can see that this team member is holding a blue indicator. They're getting ready for the last 30 seconds where we're kicking off on the center field right now. It's very critical for all of the robots attempting any sort of ascension on the carbon sink to have one of those indicators in their robot.
Now again, these robots looking as different as the competitors in the field of play here. I mentioned Macedonia earlier, and right now it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get more than that base layer on that 0.25 multiplier increment of getting on the platform.
Team Israel has a 2-hook component to their hanger. They're slightly hanging off, but I'm going to leave it up to the judges and the referees on the field to make a call on that one.
Yeah, we've got our own pressures up here. Thankfully, that is not one of them.
They're the experts, and they're on the field with the students, talking it out, ensuring that everything is up to code. But either way, we got smiles on the field, and that's all we really care about at the end of the day. We want to make sure our teams are having a good time as they face incredible challenges with this game this year.
So that was the final match of day 1. Instant replay again is coming after just about every one of these matches, each looking different than the other. We've seen, I think, 3 ties today. We've seen 1 cooperation bonus. We'll see what happens in this final game. Again, as the Rev staff always at the end of that game will wave their hands get off those controllers, and everybody waits with bated breath.
Something that I think is really important that teams are definitely talking about tonight as they go home, have their strategy meetings for tomorrow, figure out what needs to be fixed tomorrow in the pit as well. Taking a look at the end game, that math really comes into play. We got a green light on the field, which means our teams are wrapping up. We have a score nail biter here towards the end. 3 storage level 1s for that Red Alliance, but it wasn't enough to match the 2 storage level robots on the Blue Alliance. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance, 128 points. What a strong way to finish the day.
And in terms of finishing the day as well, I believe we should be taking it down to the field for an interview next. When we're ready, let's go. Blair, take it away.
Thanks a lot there, Tim. Thanks a lot. We are down on the field, and I'm here with Abdullah from the Israeli team who just won. Your machine has a really quick shooter. So is that the strategy when you saw the game? Is that the goal, to make a good shooter?
Yeah, this is the strategy we want in the game. and we make the shooter, we use the BID to make the shooter all the balls the same, and he enter the sink.
So you fill in the sink too. Like it's like watching popcorn pop. It's like pop, 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 which is great.
Yeah.
And you can hang as well?
Yeah.
From the high bar?
No, in the middle one.
The middle one? Do you think you'll able to be supported by the high bar by the end of the competition?
Yeah, we will try.
You're going to tweak that robot a little bit?
Yeah, this win.
All right. Great job. Tomorrow, another full day of qualification matches, so congratulations for a great day.
Thank you.
And great match to end here on the field. Fields are shutting down, but we had a fabulous day of qualification matches. Back to the booth with Manisha and Tim.
Well said, Blair. What an incredible day of matches with the opening ceremonies last night, and now we're at our end of our first day of qualification matches. I can't believe it. We want to take a look back on many makings of what looks to be a terrific competition. Today was filled with emotion and excitement as teams took to the field for the first time. For many of these students, for the first time ever at First Global Challenge. We've learned a lot about the great teams competing here and spoken with some inspiring people who are doing amazing things for their communities and the world. Let's take a look back at the action so far. All of these students will return to their hotels tonight to reflect and rest for tomorrow's long day of competition in hopes of hitting their stride, forging a path to the final round. From all of us here at First Global, thank you for joining us. We'll see you here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Central European Time.
Take care, everybody.
At Lam Research, we challenge assumptions, defy conventions, and push the boundaries of the semiconductor industry. And we're just getting started. Because as technology gets smaller, we think bigger. We achieve unprecedented collaboration through open communication. We know breakthrough isn't a product. It's a process driven by precision. We don't just speak of the future, we ensure it. It takes recognizing that the right inputs lead to significant outcomes, then delivering time and time again. It means that when we say a smaller, faster, smarter world can exist, consider it proven.